All right, it is me. It is David Wilcock, and welcome to another exciting, amazing episode of David Wilcock Live on YouTube. Yes, this is a very, very fun topic that we're going to have today. I really geeked out on this one. I built tons of slides, probably way more than I need, and wow, look at the look at the difference between the way that I look in this with this hair versus the slide here. The hair has grown quite a bit during that time, as you can see. Yeah, well, you got to let it get wild for the winter. It's part of how I stay warm out here in the freezing cold mountain terrain. We've got quite a show for you, so this is very exciting. You guys say, gold and glorious, golden boy, reset our currency now. Wade Woodruff is saying, reminder to collective to hit the like button on the way in. Gold shirt for the golden age. David, thank you. You look good with long hair. Hi from Australia. So glad to be able to join you, David, my Sunday family, and not rush out. And so, yes, thank you guys very much for being here. What is the photon matrix? What are we actually talking about? I'll get back to your comments in just a minute here. Love you, David, from British Columbia. Divine intervention, galactic help, and planetary liberation this year. Yes. We are going through some very intense stuff in the planet. I didn't expect it was going to get like this. I really didn't foresee such a situation as the one that we're now in, but you got to take the good with the bad, and you got to look at the positive, and that's what we always like to do on this show. We're not going to drag you down into negativity. We're going to focus on what I really think is going on here for the positive. Looking great in gold, David. Excited for today's show. Thank you always. We're already at 562 viewers in the first 2 minutes. That's a darn good way to open up. Thank you guys very much. Hit the like button if you haven't already done so. We already have 292 likes and 794 concurrent viewers, so people are streaming in quickly, and we are doing great here. So everything looks good for my side. I want to thank you for being here. This is a very big honor. Oh, we already had our first donation. Thank you very much. $50. That's Sandra Davis. Thank you so much for meeting with us at this weird time. Yes, I have to admit, it's very tempting to want to run and hide and to want to not, do too much. But hey, this is the time that we go back to the fundamentals. We enhance on them. The photonic matrix really explains why we're going to be okay, why the universe is benevolent, why we are living in a shared lucid dream, and how that lucid dream affects all of us. So thank you guys so much. Thank you, Sandra, Serena Bella. Today is my birthday. I made it in. I'm driving home. I'll be back in 20 minutes. I went out and got some gifts. Well, happy birthday, Serena Bella. She's one of our moderators. And I want to say again to every one of you out there that I am very grateful for your presence here today. I know there's lots of different things you could do with your time. And so therefore, I sincerely thank you for spending time with me today. That means the world to me. It really does. You are everything to me. You are my online family. And I am so grateful to be able to connect with you in this way. Once a week is about all I can handle, but we go for a long time. We have a lot of fun. Oh, we got more donations coming in. We got Best Tim Wizards donated $50 right there. And then we've got Kalians. Let's go, David. Greetings from the Netherlands. All right. So what up, A-Team from New York City area in New Jersey? Hit the like button. We love you, David. So anyway, lots of good things going on here, and we are very happy to be with you today. That's a gift that I have to share, this idea that we are in an octahedral matrix. We talked about that in other shows, but we're really going to get into more of that matrix photon thing this time. Beverly Adams just donated. Thank you very much, Beverly. Hi, David. I love you from Atlanta. 3 a.m. where I am, so I'll probably stay for an hour max. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, and we do honor the loss of Bill Donahue from Hidden Meanings. Apparently somebody said that he just passed away, so where was that here? Oh, yeah. R.I.P. to the best Bible teacher ever. I think David knows who he is. That was Alex Batista. So yes, we mourn his loss, and anyway, we definitely have a lot of things going on in the world. It's a very intense time. And my goal is to get your mind off of it, not drag you through the same stuff that you might be stuck in, but to give us a chance. Yeah, Bob Weir also just died. Oh, I didn't know about Eric von Daniken. Did Eric von Daniken pass away? Wow, okay. That I did not know, but we did know about Bob Weir. And what was strange about the Bob Weir situation is, you know, he's in the Grateful Dead, that I had already been doing slides on the Grateful Dead for this show before we lost Bob Weir. So, yes, Bill Donahue is dead. So that's one of the things somebody was just asking. Terasia 13. So Bautista passed away like the wrestler. I didn't hear that. Is that actually true? I don't think so. But Bill Donahue is not Bautista. So no confirmation yet on whether Eric Bautista has passed. I don't think he has. I didn't hear anything about that. But anyway, what are we doing with comments here? We don't have anybody commenting. Oh, yeah. Okay. I was very much a deadhead. I met Bob several times. I actually have some things he gave me. He says, Vortex of DEW. Okay. Aaron Green just donated $50. Thank you very much. We need those. That really helps me tremendously. Thank you for all that you do, she says. Thank you, Aaron. We really appreciate it. We got Mystifying Mark says, hello, David. Wade Woodruff says, wonderful, wonderful. No, Bautista the dictator died. Okay, I don't know a Bautista dictator, but anyway, anything is possible right now with all the crazy stuff going on. And you'd have to wonder if there's a suspicious death, you know, well, okay, why did that happen? Who was really responsible for it? Those are the kind of questions. Thank you, Leanne Boudreau, for the donation. Pretty wild stuff. So, yes, let's talk about the photonic matrix, because if I don't get to the point, if I just chit-chat too much, you guys aren't going to really get what this is about. But I didn't get any notice that you were live. I'm sorry about that. I did sell my childhood home. Thank you for asking. And that's been very helpful to get through everything. And yes, those who want to know about Stavati, we're doing very well. There's a couple things that are on the horizon in the short term that look very promising. And we just really, really hope that they happen without going into a whole lot of detail. What happened to Midnight Mark? I don't know. Midnight Mark was very helpful, and we just haven't seen him in a few weeks. Maybe he's going through grief right now. But, you know, we'll hope to see him back here very soon. So anyway, is anybody else having intermittent audio cutouts, says Armstrong. I haven't seen anybody else talk about that. But anyway, we're grateful for all of you guys to be here today. What an intensely wild ride we are on right now. Oh my goodness. We are all being extremely challenged at this time. And this is a personal and collective initiation experience that we are all going through. So I want you to remember your core spiritual principles at this time, because this is really what's going to get you through this, in my opinion. It's very, very important. It's a great time to remember that everything we are going through is ultimately a dream, that we are living in a holographic matrix reality that is ultimately created of photons. So this concept of the photon matrix is what we're going to get into today. It's a very exciting topic, and I've fleshed out a lot of things for you guys that I haven't done before because, you know, obviously we have to fill up content every week, and I like to go long form. You guys get to hang out with me for a long time and hear some cool things. So that means we do revisit topics, but in this case, there's a lot of new stuff to happen. We're going to find out about a very amazing scientific study showing that as you think of certain visual things, that your brain is actually releasing photons that seem to correspond to the visuals that you're thinking. And that is a very exciting thing that I found out about through something that was online, and I went and I did the research on it, and I dug deep, and it goes very deep, man. There's a very deep rabbit hole on this. And we need that type of validation. We need that type of understanding that, yes, scientific realities do validate spiritual teachings in a very amazing way. And so This is a very powerful day, 11126. Okay. And visualize the golden triangle, says Gabe Vega. Our cherished armored saint, says El Go Digo, warned us that this was the end of the attention span. This is worth mentioning. The band Accept stated clearly in No One's Master. Love your shirt, it's fancy, says Pallas Athena. Apparently we think in shapes. Well, we're going to get into exactly what this means. Vega says this is going to be a great show. Thank you very, very much for that. And we're already at 1,433 concurrent viewers. Can we break for a second and have a little prayer for the soul of Bobby Weir? Yes. Father, Mother, God, we thank you for your many gifts to us. We pray for the passage of Bob Weir. We pray for the passage of Eric Von Daniken. We pray for the passage of Bill Donahue from Hidden Meanings. Thank you so much for your many gifts. And please bless them, hold them up in the light, hold them in your arms, and bring them into your grace. In the name of the Father, Mother, God, Jesus Christ, we thank you. Amen. All right. Yes, I'm always visualizing beautiful possibilities. Armstrong says his audio seems to be back, and that's great. We don't have anybody else who has had that problem as far as we can see here. So anyway, this is all good stuff. So I want to thank you guys for being here. Oh, they're live streaming William Bill Donahue's funeral on YouTube right now. R.I.P. to one of the great teachers. Well, okay, everybody says they can hear me. Sorry about that. Sorry if I'm interfering with somebody's funeral, but we already had the show booked, and we're doing it now when we have the chance. We're already at 1,575 concurrent viewers right now. That's great. Ed Creeder just donated, and so it is, God be more you, 6789, 6789. That's a great number. Thank you very much, Ed Creeder. That is awesome. Okay, so the octahedral matrix is part of what we're going to talk about, this idea that the universe is made of photons, and at the largest level, they all exist. They're structuring their galaxies together, gravitational microcurrents. Photons are very, very interesting things. They do appear to have their own gravitational field, and they do appear to have intelligence. So we're not used to thinking of photons as being intelligent, but once you get through this show, it absolutely becomes clear that there's something going on. So we're going to talk about esoteric material from the Law of One. We're going to get into that. We're going to talk about some very interesting quotes from the Law of One, and then we're going to double-click on that and go into the expanded view of the universe where we see that it is alive, it is intelligent. We're also, if I have time, I think I will, going to talk about the amazing pioneering dream research of Dr. Montague Ullman, who actually did a mass experiment in dream sharing and dream influencing with the Grateful Dead. And what was so weird was that I put these slides into the show before the death of Bob Weir, before Bob Weir ever passed on, but on the same day, which was yesterday, that this happened to him, I actually did put the Grateful Dead slides into the show. That was really, really amazing. And so quite something. So anyway, as you're going through all this, it's a great time to remember that all this is a dream, that we're living in a holographic reality, and it is thought responsive. So our thoughts determine the reality that we're going to experience. And I know you guys know that. Truls Glavin just donated 249 NOKs. Says, hello, everyone. So thank you very much for that. Let's get the energy in the chat like last week. That was amazing, guys, says Jay Brady. Yes. Somebody says, Pavita Stargate says, aloha, where DT Jr. is watching me watch David Wilcock. I don't know if that's really true, but it's certainly interesting. David should set up YouTube membership and do little comedy sketches of his characters, says Nanasani. Angry Daddy, your shirt is so fitting for the new ballroom. It's cool, says Davy Joe Weaver. All right, well, Little Tiny Joe donated 50 pounds. Thank you very much for that. And he says, thank you as always, David. Namaste. So we thank you. And that is really great. We definitely need those donations, so keep them coming. Thank you very, very much. Yes, 2025 was a big year for us, but it didn't have everything happen. that we were hoping for. The readings clearly knew that I was going to be going back to them and studying them in 2025, and I think many of the things that are now part of the big scenario that we're in became visible there, but I might have been reaching a little bit too much in terms of how much I read. Obviously, I was reaching too much into what I thought 2025 would be, but we are definitely on the way, and many things are in motion now, so let's just keep that going. Moon at Back donated and said, I love the law of one material. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. All right, so anyway, this is a great time to be here. It's a great time to be with you guys. And Jay Classer just donated. Thank you very much. Says, you are amazing. All right, I appreciate that. So again, remember that this is all a dream. Step back into the observer role. And I want to ask you guys a personal question right now, which is, how are you coping with the struggles of your everyday life? This is audience participation. Let's have a little audience participation about, just tell me what's going on. What are you dealing with? What's happening over there? And, how are you getting through your current experience? What kind of tools are you using to help you get through the times that we're now in? Because I know Teresia says I'm doing very badly. I'm sorry about that. How many deadheads are in the world? Too many to count worldwide. Trent Malik says, I've been going into observer mode for 18 years now. Kintsugi Warrior says, meditation, studies, music, and prayers. 2025 equals 9 an end. 2026 equals 1 a beginning. Davy Joe Weaver, do you think David Looking Glass may have altered your predictions? Well, the prediction would have required the Alliance to do more things in 2025, but, their plan is their plan, and, I don't want to interfere with what they're doing. Attention is currency. I don't want it, so I don't react to it. I'm doing awesome, says Four Horsemen. Meditation every day, says Truls Glaven. Aaron Green says prayer and red light therapy. Crystal Swishu, too much of everything. I need so much patience and faith. Frequency says transmute to gratitude, reframe it into fuel. Wade Woodruff, I practice dream yoga. Chris Budgeon says it's awful, enough said. Hugh Mathias says, I followed you since 2011 when I wrote source field investigations. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate your body of work immensely. What else do we have here? Wow, you guys are really writing a lot of stuff. I'm getting work through lucid dreaming and sleep-wake reverie, yoga meditation, Ayurvedic eating. I've been very cynical lately, says Logic Tech, constantly thinking on backstabbing and betrayal. I just made a choice to try to be happy. Anthony RV, my body is so active it's hard to maneuver it at times to get out of the mind space all around me. I feel we're doing good now. Okay, not doing very well with my struggles. Let's see what else we got here. Long walks, drinking water, intermittent fasting, plus jogging and playing with my dogs helps. Kayla Rosen says, life is good. I'm seeing the positive growing. Skorkin's not doing well. I have struggles going through cancer and divorce. I don't have a place to live yet. Wow, we pray for you. R.I.P. Bob Weir. I'm not struggling because I'm not afraid of anything, says Laura Trim. Vortigen the Wolf says, I practice my joy and passions every day. Peter says, I'm coping, half disaster, so half good. Robbie Sky says, I'm maintaining a love frequency. Praising the Lord, staying positive is key. Truth Float says, I'm working on heart-brain coherence a la heart math. Gabriel Mendarez says, lately I've been down with my car. I took Christmas from my kids with how many parts need to be replaced. Same in 2026. My birthday was the 10th. I did nothing. I'm still working on my car. Moonstone Mind says, dark romantic music. Okay. One and only Toon Kid. Lately, every night ends with some type of tragedy in my daily life. I'm really sorry to hear that. L2 Essence says, definitely dark night of my soul. Using your help meditation, counseling, disability, working to get back as an RM, but the last 5 years have been really rough. Victoria Lancaster, I'm going through a massive shedding. It's amazing. I meditate and other stuff. David Quercione, I'm getting into AI blues covers on YouTube. Faith and trust is key for me, says Tracy B. David Savage, I'm sticking into my Judaic and pluralistic daily religious studies and praying every day. Gratitude, lots to be grateful for in my state of mind, says Angel Chartrand. My family and I are practicing, wow, there's so many of these. I can't get all the comments. There's so many. Let's see. Wow, I missed a whole bunch because they're coming in so fast. Because I'm doing audience participation. So we had a donation come in. That was Trent Mollick. He donated $33.33. Says, hi, David. Thanks for what you do. I saw 333 a couple times yesterday. Newport Mall, Jersey City, 333. My car had driven 33.3 miles. The clock was at 333. And then I drove by building 333 on the way home. Wow. All right. So, yeah, there's so many of these. Imagine the God solution, no matter how bad it gets. Imagine the opposite, as above, so below. Own a sun, waves of emotional bliss. Humor raises vibration, says Anise Jarvinen. Lots of clearing, says Ed Creeder. I mean, you guys seriously ought to see how fast this is moving right now. You don't have lights on you. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. This is lit normally. Anyway, Serena Bella, I lost my brother-in-law on Christmas Day. It was very difficult to deal with. Had to take some time on that. I'm still hurting, just doing things day by day. My birthday's family. Today's my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Serena Bella. And we are very sorry. We mourn your brother's loss. Father, Mother, God, please bless Serena Bella's brother on his passage. We thank you. Amen. All matter is merely energy condensed to slow vibrations, says Tomislav Muskovic. We are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. Please pray for all of us, David. Yes, we pray for everyone here. Please, Father, Mother, God, bring us all up into the light as much as we can. Project Stardust, love you, David, and we're looking forward to the show. Practicing gratitude definitely helped me get through my dark night of the soul, says L. Hefferman. Going to do an ibogaine next month. Very excited, nervous. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not something I would recommend. It's not me. David's face is not lit up. Well, it's lit up as much as it can be for my own comfort. So I'm sorry if it's not good enough. But anyway, see if we got some other things. I'm using amino acids and I feel great. I'm dealing in my everyday life, keeping my 19-year-old cat comfortable. She's in a process of leaving this world. Joy de Vie is her name. Thank God I stay in prayer, meditate every day as well. All right, yes. Looks like everybody is up against it. They're using their skills to be in balance. Axel Hasto says, you are a joy, David. Very much appreciated for enlightening us from Montrose, Colorado. Happy birthday, Serena. Be kind to yourself as you heal. Prayers for comfort into your heart. All right. Sharon Tandy says, it's been one of the biggest challenges in my life of 78 years, but I pray daily with thanks and gratitude. God's grace fills my heart with his love. Thank you very much. All right, well, we're almost up to 2,000 viewers already. That's a really great start. David, you look great. The light is perfect, says Sherry Walker. Thank you. Can we please stop focusing on background lights? David, are you still associated with Stavati Aerospace? Yes, absolutely. It's all working out just fine. So anyway, the lesson that we got, and we had a ton of these comments come in, is that it does appear, just based on the audience participation, the vote that we have here, that everybody is going through some type of dark night of the soul experience right now. And so again, this makes it all the more imperative that we figure out how to focus on the positive, how to be positive, how to not get dragged down into the same old negativity that has kept us going for so long. Night Sky says, I use classical music and imagine beams of light radiating out across the earth. Raybert246, I missed the last week's shows due to issues. Well, thanks for being back. Please hit the thumbs up button, the like button. Yes, that's absolutely a good thing. We have 742 likes so far, so you can help boost that up for us. And yes, please keep the donations coming as well. R.I.P. Eric Von Daniken, absolutely. All right, let's do some business here. Think about the good, says Sarah Love. Cuddling my dog, says Nanasani. All right, so yes, we want to be positive. And going into it's darker than normal on my iPad, but I can still see you, no worries. Well, sorry about that. Anyway, let's focus on what we can do today. It's nice to hear from all you. And man, it's so much pain in the things that you're sharing with me. I'm really sorry about that. But it's good to know that we're all kind of in the same boat here. We're all going through stuff that's very intense, and that's part of the transitional process that we're moving through. I post positive motivational stuff on my social if I'm lifting myself up, at the same time share positivity with others, says Kintsugi Warrior. All right. So anyway, yeah, we're doing well. And David, may God help you with so much to cope with, says Mira Patel. Yes, absolutely. God help me. but it's good. So okay, we got some good feedback from you guys, and now we know that yes, everybody's going through their dark night of the soul. That's a big part of this. So let's talk about how the universe does behave like a matrix. Remember, we are directly shaping the reality that we live in with our thoughts. This is a very big part of what we need to learn. And Michael Wouters, thank you for the donation. Thank you for writing a song based on the law of one. What we're going to do here is focus on how we can explore this matrix of photons. Oh, there we go. Sherry Walker donated $200. That's one of the red ones. We haven't had one of those yet. She says, I finally got a name recognition. Thank you, David, for being a calm and positive influence in my life for almost 2 decades. God bless you. Thank you, Sherry. Really appreciate that. More Guitar says, David, you look a lot healthier these days. Remember that Casey was warned to take ample rest. And we're up to almost 2,000 viewers now. We're getting very close. So the turnout is great. And I appreciate all of you guys being here. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Sherry Walker. All right. We had a nice big donation. That helps a lot. So our thoughts directly shape the reality that we live in, you guys. And that really does mean a lot because the photon is the basic particle, if you want to call it that the universe is made out of. According to the law of one, we're going to get into those quotes again. It is a photonic universe. And therefore, if the photon is intelligent, then all of a sudden, we are shaping the very reality that makes our universe. Our thoughts shape the reality that makes our universe, and this is available to everyone. That knowledge is available to everyone. It showed up for the Buddha. We'll talk about that again for a minute. But we want to be clear here that with our thoughts directly shaping reality, we do not want to let negativity get to us. So let's not forget, what did Buddha actually say in his Book of Righteousness? That's what Dhammapada means. This was, again, translated by Thomas Byram, Shambhala Press, this little book right here. He said, we are what we think. With our thoughts, all that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we create the world. Think or act with an impure mind, and trouble will follow you, as the wheel follows the ox that draws the cart. Oh my goodness, wow, okay. We just had, that might be the biggest donation I think anybody's ever done. It was $400 from Kenneth Kawa, what's the last name there? Hold on. I can't see it yet. Anyway, Kenneth Kawa is all I'm getting. Kawamoto. Yes, so says $400, and then he wrote in $500. So I guess he's already done another 100 or something. But anyway, thank you very much, Kenneth. That is incredible. And that, sorry. Thank you very much. That's incredible, and we really appreciate it. Power of positivity, indeed. So, yeah, we're gotta get everybody going and keep everybody in track. So, all good. And maybe the replay will be brighter. I'm sad that I can't see you very well. Sorry about that, but crank up the contrast on your screen, and you should be okay. My face is a little bit tan. Maybe that's part of what it is. But anyway, here we go. Yeah, so thank you very much again, Kenneth Kawamoto. The photonic matrix ties right into this organic knowledge that Buddha demonstrated by just pulling it out of the universe directly. We are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we create the world. Think or act with an impure mind, and trouble is going to follow you as the wheel that follows the ox who draws the cart. Then again, he says, we are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we create the world. Think or act with a pure mind, and happiness will follow you as a shadow, unshakable. So this is very important. Whoops, I was totally off the slide. Sorry about that. That happened again. Oh, Kenneth Kawamoto just donated another $100 to make it a clean 500. Thank you very much, and we are now up to a total of $1,000 overall chat revenue. I really appreciate that very much. And so thank you, Kenneth. Thank you for that. Dezemeremi Fontaine says, Nam Yoho Renge Kyo. Yep, that's one of the prayers. Wise Salback says, funky shirt, you look glamorous. Keep up the great job. All right. So, yes, with our thoughts, we create the world. And with our thoughts, we manifest happiness if we think with a pure mind. So we want to be clear that the happiness is available to us, and we want to try to rise above the negativity. Buddha was tapping into, I believe, the organic knowledge of what's really going on in the universe that is just available to you if you focus on the positive, if you tune into the actual photons of the universe itself. In other words, the photon is conscious, the photon is alive, we are living in a photonic matrix, and the key to understanding this universal matrix that we live in is the fact that it is built off of photons. The photons are the building blocks of the universe, and so the law of one, or so-called raw material, actually calls them the simplest manifest beings. That's what photons are. So again, book one of the law of one is called The Raw Material, and this is a weird esoteric source that I happen to really love. I first found it in 1996, and it just connected the dots for me better than anything else I'd found before. It told me that the universe is alive and conscious and intelligent. Jacob Schur just donated. Thank you very much. He says, eternal spiritual beings, all one. So, the law of one, I found it in January 1996. I began reading it voraciously because by that point, I'd been doing 3 years of very intense research into the paranormal field. And this book, these series of books, there was a total of 4, and then there became 5, sometime in, I forget what year it was, 99 or something, they came out with book 5. But it really, really blew me away to read these materials. Now, they're supposedly coming from an extraterrestrial intelligence that says it is in 6th density, whereas we're in 3rd density, identifies itself as Ra, that's how it showed up for the Egyptians, and said that it was wildly misunderstood. That at the time back then, its teachings were positive, but then after it left the planet, it had to leave because we compromised its ethics, that the teachings got contorted to the negative and became part of what you would now call the DS. Yeah, that's right. So their religion got derived from Egyptian spirituality, which was a bastardized form of something that these benevolent, angelic, and ultimately Christian beings originally tried to convey to Egypt in the first place. So the law of one is near and dear to my heart. It always makes a certain number of people stumble because the name is Ra, but I believe that this is the same as Archangel Michael. And my own readings seem to kind of confirm that. Either way, I find it to be very useful, and the providence of the source to me is secondary to what really happened in terms of its value as a teaching. So, Rob, thank you for the donation. No, we did not ascend in 2025, but that year was flagged in the readings that I gave back in 1999, and it's pretty amazing that that was the year that I really began developing into this stuff and got so much more involved. So, yep, David, there's a synchronicity this week, says Carolina Patriot. I watched a video about remote viewing and the photon effect you are speaking of. Yeah, there's definitely people that are putting out videos of me on various social media platforms, sometimes without any name credit, sometimes without even being able to see me, but you just hear my voice. That's okay. But it's definitely better if people would name drop. They don't have to, but they certainly can. So anyway, it's all good, and I'm happy to be here with you guys. Again, the law of one really, really changed my life and set me up for a lifetime of enjoyment, scholarship, and study. It's a breathtaking resource. It really has changed everything for me in so many ways. And so they talk about photons, and they talk about photons being the carriers of consciousness. So let's go into that a little bit. The simplest manifest being in the universe, so they say, is light. Wow. Or what you have called the photon, the simplest manifest being. In relationship to energy centers, they say, and this is like your 7 chakras corresponding to 7 densities, It may be seen, the photon may be seen to be the center or foundation of all articulated energy fields, all fields, including the energy centers, which is all 7 densities. So what they're telling us is that photons are the simplest manifest beings in the universe, and they form and uphold all 7 of the densities, which is the law of one's term for 7 dimensions. 7 manifest dimensions of reality that we all live together. And that would be really cool. That would be really cool if it was true. I do believe this stuff is true. Again, we're talking about multiple planes of existence. We're only in 3rd density, then it goes to 4th density, 5th density, 6th density, all the way up to 7th density. And each of these planes of existence has manifest beings in them that live at different levels of vibration and different levels of understanding, different levels of consciousness. And then after the 7th dimension, you go back up to the oneness and you reunify with the so-called one infinite creator. And that's just really cool. You know, getting to that point where you can understand these principles and live with these principles really seems like it takes a great deal of practice, but it doesn't. You know, you just have to be grounded in your own being, grounded in your truth, grounded in your light, and you'll be okay. But yes, the 7 densities is a very important part of the law of one, and that quote just said that it's the simplest manifest being is the photon, and that those photons uphold each of the 7 densities, which again correspond to the 7 colors of the rainbow. So we have red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Roy G. Biv, where each of these densities operates essentially on its own as like a separate plane of existence. However, it's important to note that each one of them also exists within 3 dimensions of space. So this is important. And Ray Burt, thank you for being right on top of it. Thank you for being fast on the moderation. Appreciate that. So this is a very fascinating way of looking at things, that the universe is made of photons that are intelligent, they're the simplest manifest beings, and that all of the universe is created of intelligent light. That's a very different concept than what most of us have. We're looking at a whole new way of defining reality, which is very nicely in conjunction with many ancient teachings, including that of the Buddha. All that we are arises with our thoughts. Happiness will follow you unshakable if you think with a pure mind. So law of one tells us, this is the really exciting part, that we are currently in 3rd density and that we will be ascending into the 4th density. This is going to be a whole new plane of existence where, and yeah, maybe I wanted it to happen faster than it was going to happen, but the first wave of ascension, let's hope that does happen fairly soon, where we're going to get activated in a way that we've never seen before. But we do need to see, I believe, before that happens, we need to see a childhood's end on Earth, UFO disclosure, arresting of the bad guys, whatever that turns out to be. And I again, don't believe in mass death either. I think that's the wrong way to go. And so I have always been actually pushing for the most ethical way of handling this as possible, whereas many others might not. So I don't think anybody should be upset about my message, because again, there is something to be said for forgiveness, and there is something to be said for finding out how we can all move on in a way that is positive, that isn't going to traumatize the planet too much. But anyway, as we ascend into 4th density, supposedly when this process is complete, we're going to have abilities commensurate with those of the ascended Jesus and other levitating saints and ascended masters who have achieved these phenomenal feats of levitation and other really cool things all around the world. We're going to see that happening all around the world, this breathtaking discovery that people are starting to be able to have these phenomenal abilities. So the law of one has a very, very big payoff at the end of all the initiation that we're going through, the 4th density ascension. And you know how much I love to talk about that. It's a very, very big part of my platform and my journey. And so, I'm really happy to be here with you guys, because anytime I get to talk about this is a good day. And so today is a great day. Serena Bella, I'm preparing for divorce. I've been through a lot. I'm going to start thinking positive, as you said. I know things will go my way. I'm blessed to be here with all of you. Thank you very much. So as we go into fourth density, what they're actually telling us in the law of one is that the sun is putting out new photons. The sun is putting out photons that actually have a fourth density vibration, because remember they said each of the densities has photons that correspond to them. And these photons apparently create the ground state of being for the level of reality that you're in. So once the sun fully goes into fourth density, we're expecting some big solar event, and we're expecting that we will now be completely surrounded by these new fourth density photons. And that is super exciting. What's the next disclosure to come into the public square, says Paul Havlat? I don't know. But, you know, we definitely have to do whatever we can. So the shirt needs more cowbell. Anyway, thank you guys, and I'm reading your comments right now. Keep them coming. Is there any way we can all just jump to 5, leave the others in 3 and 4 until they're ready, says Kintsugi Warrior. And he's laughing. No, we want to stay where we are. What are your thoughts regarding Brian Cox and Avi Loeb's recent reports? I'm not sure what they've been saying, but you can tell me, and I'll respond if I, see what I can do. There are different photons for each dimension. Yes, that's the point. Thank you for reminding me of what we're talking about here. Each density is upheld by certain types of photons, and as we go into the fourth density, this is where thoughts become things. Heather Sartain just donated, said, thank you for sharing and teaching the law of one. Photons are the most fundamental particles in the universe. Yes, they are. The universe is a photonic matrix that we all are living and co-creating within. And because they are thought responsive, that's a very, very important point. John Carter donated $20. Thank you very, very much for that as well. David, what can we do to protect from frequency attacks, says Dad NDEs? Well, you want to definitely focus on the positive. I mean, the positive really is your protection. The more that we all learn to focus on the positive, and we got some really cool stuff here. So anyway, lots of good things going on. And, I'm definitely giving more than I'm taking. Thank you for saying that. It's true. We always get trolls, but that's okay. We just got to keep ourselves alive and in the right vein of reality here. So that's what we're doing. And yes, we need donations to stay alive. So this new reality, these fourth density photons actually amplify greatly the thoughts becoming things. And we've had solar activity recently. So if we, on a collective level, are thinking more negatively, the planet will manifest more negativity. So we have to be very careful about what we create. We have to be very careful about how we think. The nature of our thoughts become things more than ever before because the sun is giving off these new photons. And that means it increases the conductivity, if you will, between your thoughts and the manifested reality that shows up. Why be here if you don't appreciate what David shares? Move on. We're only looking for positive vibes. That's right. But we always get a certain number of trolls. That just comes with the territory. So the source, the raw source, said that Dewey-Larson's physics, Dr. Dewey-Larson, got the closest to reality. So here's the next really interesting law of one quote that I don't usually... Yeah, we can't have that either. Sorry. But thank you for the donation. Anyway, so... Yeah, we're definitely getting trolled really badly, and I think that's probably because people have just been, they're traumatized, and so they want to take it out on the spiritual teacher. I'm just doing my best. I wish everybody in my life all the best. Anybody I've been with before, worked with before, wish them the best. I have no ill will towards anyone, and I really wish everybody to have a positive life and a good healing, okay? That's all. No, there's no negativity. Everything is good. So I will make a statement I've extracted from the physics of Dewey-Larson, which may or may not be close to what we are trying to explain. And again, the law of one had already said that Dewey-Larson got closer than anybody else did. So anyway, Larson says that all is motion, which we can take as vibration. And that vibration, which is pure vibration and is not physical in any way or in any form or density, the first product of that vibration is what we call the photon, or particle of light. Yes. So this is first principle kind of stuff. This is a physicist who said that the first manifest thing in the universe that made the whole universe is the photon. This is a basic part of the Dewey-Larson physics. And Ashtara says, gratitude Q. Thank you very much for that. Whole lot of text here. Adonai, Shekinah, Christos, Sophia, Light, God, Goddess, Speed. Thank you. You are the master, brother. Don't mind them. So anyway, we're good. And thank you guys so much for being here. We're at 2,428, so the turnout's already a little better than it was last week. Appreciate that. Oh, David, you're the best. Such a sweetheart. All right, so the first product of that vibration is what we call the photon, or particle of light. I was trying to make an analogy between this physical solution and the concept of love and light. Is this idea of the first manifest thing being the photon close to the concept of love creating light or not? And then they say, yes, you are correct. So the photon is the light particle, obviously, and it was created by love. The concept of love creating light. So the law of one is confirming that there is a universal loving consciousness that then manifested photons out of itself as the first manifest being in the universe. We read that quote earlier. Thank you. And Stephen Brixey just donated $55.55. Awesomeness again, David and Star Families. He says, we have already won the spiritual war. We're just waiting on the physical to catch up. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. So don't hurt the messenger. He's just doing his job. We love you, David. Thank you for that. I thought photons were just things floating in my Chinese soup. That's funny. Anyway, so I'm good. Life is good. The love created the photon, and they say, you are correct. Okay, so let's move on from there. Then I will expand a bit more on this concept. We have the infinite vibration of love, which can occur, I assume, at varying frequencies. I would assume that it begins at one basic frequency. Does this have any meaning? Is this correct? And they say each love, as you term the prime movers, comes from this one frequency. If you wish to use this term, this frequency is unity. So the prime movers, what they're talking about there is what sets each of the 7 densities into motion, the prime mover. There's 7 different types of photons. We already saw that. Sunflower Heart just donated. Thank you. I've never been vilified like I have been lately. I can't understand how or why people twist my words and make them seem offensive. It's a battle I'm not trying to have. Well, we're having that battle here too as well. But, I support everybody in my past. I really don't want to troll anyone or hurt anybody's feelings, and so it's all good. Why would you bring problems into the chat? You're trying to make trouble. Well, some people do try to make trouble. That's okay. That's why we have moderators, and I'm grateful for the moderators. Dr. Phil says, Light and Shaping Life, Biophotons in Biology and Medicine by Van Wigg, highly recommended by Robert Temple in his book. One day our med beds will be photonic. Yes, the photons really do change everything. I mean, when you put photons into genetic material, those photons can have genetic information in them, and they can transform biological life. That's what evolution ultimately is. It's the new photons of fourth density that are transforming us, and they're making us more able to create thoughts with our minds that become reality in the physical form. We're getting a much higher connectivity of that, and that ultimately leads to this ascension. Mahmoud Abadi donated $20. Thank you very, very much. So again, he says that he, as in the law of one source, each love, as you term the prime movers, comes from one frequency of unity. And then this is where it really gets interesting. We would perhaps liken it to a strength and a frequency. The strength is infinite, and the finite qualities are chosen by the particular nature of the primal movement. Then, this is where it really gets interesting. The vibration, which is, for lack of better understanding, pure motion, that's what Dewey-Larson would call it, or pure love, which is what the law of one might call it, right? There is nothing that is yet condensed, shall we say, to form any type or density of illusion. Right. and then it condenses into the photon. But in the meantime, we have a donation from Sherry Walker. And she says, I saw a guy named Chris Bledsoe confirming your teachings about spiritual war, light being angels and dimensions. NASA is studying his experiences of your teachings. Yes, this is a very interesting and weird situation because he's being promoted by many X accounts that I think are connected to the intelligence community. And so if I were him, I would be very concerned because they may be setting him up. In fact, he had a prophecy that then they changed the date on the prophecy. He got embarrassed by that. I'm not really sure what's going on there, but anyway, I would be wary of it just because it's being so heavily promoted by the same sources that are always promoting other things that seem to have an agenda. So that's my take on it. I do support him. I mean, he's saying a lot of the same sounding stuff, but you always got to wonder, why is this happening? Why is he getting all this attention when I've been saying things that are very similar and nothing has been happening? With any of these, they never will promote me at all on those channels, but yet that's so, I don't know. I'm just saying. And then we had Kelly Martin donate, and she says, collective consciousness is rising, solar energy also. Use the faster boost of energy to manifest good things. And MME Studio says, David, I don't feel the trolls understand. God is watching all, even if one does not believe. You're absolutely right. Is there a deadline of moving to a higher frequency, 2027 or something like that? I don't know. I mean, yeah, okay, Ryan Perella, thank you for calling out the agenda behind Bledsoe. Why is there so much attention on this one guy, all of it having ties to military intelligence? So, yeah, we definitely, that's, lots of interesting things for that. So we'll just do 1 minute. No big deal. Yeah, there's certain things, sorry about that, but I hope you understand we just have to keep this conversation as above board as possible. I don't want to get into any certain topics because I don't want to upset anyone. Again, I think that we really need to focus on how we can get along and not hurt each other, and that's very, very important. Okay, so we definitely have this photonic matrix, and it says that, he says in the question, pure love, nothing has yet condensed to form any type of the 7 densities of our illusion. This pure love then creates, by the process of vibration, a photon, as we call it, which is the basic particle of light. This photon then, by added vibrations and rotations, further condenses into particles of the various densities that we experience. Is this correct? And they said, yes, this is correct. So this is, again, very important. The first manifest being is the photon. So if you're going to study the law of one, you're going to read the law of one. It's very important to understand that, yes, the law of one says that all 7 densities are made from this loving consciousness, and its first manifest form, the first manifest being in the universe, is the photon. This is correct. This was one of the heaviest statements ever given to us in the law of one, as I would say it. And the photon was the first manifested being. So photons are made from pure love, and they are alive. This is very, very significant. And we're also going to learn that photons possess a universal intelligence. So, that's very, very powerful, because this is the focus of our show today, that all the manifest universe is being made out of this photonic matrix. And we are the co-creators who shape these intelligent photons. Thoughts become things. The way that works is that our own consciousness is impressing upon the intelligent photons. The photons respond to us. The very nature of our reality is thought responsive. And as more force density photons come in, it becomes easier and easier for us to influence the reality that we experience. It's very, very exciting, actually. So let's read a little bit more. I was wondering if first density corresponds to red, second yellow, second orange, third yellow, and so on, so that the basic vibration that forms the photon, which forms the core of all atomic particles, would step up the vibration would step up. That's a very important point, though. Remember, the photon forms the core particles of every density. He's again saying that. Bonnie Demlong, thank you very much for the donation. Corresponding to the increase in the vibration of the colors, stepping up for second, third, and fourth. Is that in any way correct? And he says, this is more correct than you have even stated. So let's take that one from the top again because it's confusing. Okay. The basic vibration that forms the photon, the core of all atomic particles, is going to step up through each density. So the actual ground state of each density, the particles that make up that reality, are transformed. That's a very, very important thing. And they say, yes, this is more correct than you have even stated, and they go on from there. Firstly, you are correct in positing a quantum, if you will, as the nature of each density, and you are further correct in assuming that these quanta may be seen to be of vibratory natures corresponding to colors if you say this word, say as you grasp this word. So again, what they're implying here is that there is a true metaphysical color. It's not the same as a physical color, that photons are indeed quantized packets that have a spiritual color to them. So again, let's go back to that. The vibration steps up through third density, fourth density, etc. More correct than you've stated. You are correct in positing a quantum as the nature of each density. So there is a quantum photonic matrix there. These quanta may be seen to be of vibratory natures corresponding to color as you grasp this word. They later clarify that it's a spiritual color. So again, we are seeing that photons are indeed quantized packets of color, and that they are streaming in fourth density green photons, is true color green, they call it in the law of one, are streaming in, and we are undergoing, therefore, a massive dimensional shift as a result of this. Beverly Adams says that her super chat purchases are being blocked. I'm sorry to hear that. Wade Woodruff says quantum entanglement with your higher self. Boza says photons belong to particle physics, which is theoretical. Metaphysics has other theories, wave-like ones. Well, yeah, but the wave-particle duality is a big part of what photons are. They do have a geometric identity, but they also exist as a wave, and we'll see how that works. It's a very elegant solution. This sounds like the Force in Star Wars. Yes, that's right. Right, Prince Royal, David, do subatomic particles flash in and out of reality as they spin around? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. What about the number 589? Victor asked that before. I don't really have anything directly on the number 589, but thank you for asking. So yes, we're apparently getting a lot of troll activity. Some people are upset about that, but we have moderators. It's all good. So we're undergoing a massive dimensional shift, and as things become more upsetting, we're getting initiated. So remember that. Remember that as these fourth density photons stream in, it's like a big test to see how activated our Christ consciousness can be. Because the photons themselves are made of, as the law of one says, a loving energy. Loving energy transforms that negativity. So Diana Peralta, woo, she donated $100 right there. Thank you very much for that. Really keeps us going, keeps us on the air, and I really appreciate that. I'm changing, says Gabrielle. When someone disagrees with me, I used to get white-hot angry and had a sharp tongue. Last couple of weeks, I'm laughing and flipping it back at them, and they are in shock. That's important. Yeah, that's a very big, important part of this because, again, the more that you can learn to be loving, the more that you're in alignment with the fourth density energy. It's a Christ consciousness. It's the teachings of Jesus were intended to give us the gateway into fourth density, to give us a safe passage into this new level of reality so that we can function as fourth density beings, that we can function and learn the basic criteria of what we need to have in our souls to be able to effectively navigate this new reality that we're going into. So as the world becomes more upsetting, as we go through more and more stress, that is causing us to go through this initiation, which literally determines our reality. How we manage our stress creates our reality, determines the outcome that we're going to be experiencing. Beverly Adams, oh, you got it to work. Donation. Thank you. We are the med beds. Remember Jesus' words, you can do all that I can do. Right, John 14:12. And we're getting so close to $5,000 in donations. No, we're not. We're only at $1,500. But anyway, thank you guys for helping me out anyway. I really appreciate it. And all of your contributions are very blessed to me. Even the trolls, you get whacked down by the moderators, okay. But again, we're not going to go into certain topics. I don't want to single anybody out. I don't want to do anything that would be negative. And so, please try to refrain from negativity because, again, I want to live by the message that we're sharing. We only have positive energy that we're creating here, and that's for everybody. So this is a time that was predicted in so many ancient cultures, the time of great testing. We are in it right now. It is super intense. It's not going away. And how you manage your own stress level creates your reality. It's very important. So the law of one says, it is also true, as you have suspected but not asked, that each density has a metaphysical characteristic complex of its ray. Thus, in the first density, the red ray is the foundation for all that is to come. That's the root chakra, the beginning of the ladder. In second density, the orange ray is that of movement and growth of the individual. This ray striving towards the yellow ray of self-conscious manifestations of a social nature as well as those of an individual nature. I'm sorry if the law of one is hard to understand. I know that sometimes the wording, the syntax is a little crazy, a little weird. I get that. But again, let's just explain what this means. The densities exist in a three-dimensional reality. So red ray is three-dimensional, and that would represent the elements, earth, air, fire, and water. So when we're looking at first density, there is consciousness in those things, but it doesn't yet have a center of focus like we would expect it to. And so it's only when you go to second density that the life forms, everything of, single-celled organisms, plants, animals, whales, dolphins, mammals, birds, fish, everything that we normally think of as alive except humans is second density in the law of one system, and they exist in three-dimensional reality. Tori Jedi says, David, you are my church every Sunday. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not really trying to make a church, of course, but appreciate what you're saying. Beverly Adams says, I am from Wisconsin. TQ Monger, what chapter was that covered in? I'm not sure, but we gave you the session number at the beginning, and it was from the previous passage, so we're in the same session number. The Holy Spirit is, in fact, the spirit of intent. Would you agree? Well, it could be partly that, yeah. I mean, as you focus your intention, you are calling upon the Holy Spirit. So we could analogize the Holy Spirit with intention. I think that's fairly good. But also, the Holy Spirit is part of Father, Mother, God. It's just the basic essence of the universe itself, the essence of loving consciousness. So again, the orange ray is where there's movement and growth. You start to get organisms. You start to get, single-celled on up, microorganisms, and then larger, and plants and everything else. The yellow ray is what we are, self-conscious manifestations of a social and individual nature. That is the human being. That is where we are at now. That is the level of vibration that we've reached through our journey in the universe up until now. And so the law of one gives us some really interesting things. Moderators are answering questions in the chat, says Beverly. Yes, that's good. Anyway, live by the message. This is beautiful. And again, thank you guys for moderating so that I don't have to see some of these upsetting comments. As a Polish Roman Catholic, says Damien Katzer, I approve this material. Thank you very much. So yes, the social and individual nature of self-consciousness, that's what happens when second density animal life, usually is what it is, becomes self-aware. The law of one says it can then graduate and reincarnate as human. And of course, reincarnation is a big part of Judaism, which is the precursor to Christianity. It's the hidden teachings of Christ. It's in the Bible. If you know where you're looking for, they said, who was this man Jesus? Was he Elijah the prophet? Who was he before? They were speculating on his past life. That's actually in there. So we go through multiple incarnations where we're here to learn the lessons of love, and our souls are hoping that we're going to learn those lessons, and it can take a long time to figure out whether we will or not. So self-conscious manifestations, that's where you become self-aware, and then once you have self-awareness, if you were in the animal kingdom or whatever, you get to come back as a human. And so they say that animals that are taken on as pets often come back as human because they've now had the awareness of self. They become self-aware in the process of being somebody's pet. That's pretty freaking interesting. And so if you have a pet, I actually had, after reading this, I had dreams about our cat, Mandy, showing up as a human being in my dream. It was really, really amazing, beautiful, made me cry, woke up in tears. Totally amazing. So, third density being the equivalent and so forth, each density being primarily its ray, whatever color that is, plus the attractions of the following ray, pulling it forward in evolution. That's what we have right now, and it is at maximum intensity. Everything we're going through is maximum intensity. And to some extent, coloring or shading the chief color of that density. There you go. So, taking as an example the transition between second and third density, when this transition takes place, does the frequency of vibration that forms the photon, the core of all particles in the density, increase from frequency corresponding to second density orange to the frequency we measure for the color yellow? Well, that's the key part here is what I highlighted in yellow. Does the frequency of the core vibration that forms the photon increase? This is really the basis of it. The ground state of reality, this as if there was like a tone or a frequency or a vibration. And so everybody talks about raise your vibration, raise your frequency. This is very precisely delineated in the law of one in a very interesting way. Just check and make sure I didn't miss any donations. Linda Kiesling says, "You're welcome, David. I ran the feed during my church and did my job too." Wow. So moderators, you are really on the ball. Thank you very much for being so on the ball. Appreciate that. You're keeping right up with the speed of how things are coming in. Does this frequency that forms the core of all vibrations, the form of photons, increase? And the answer is absolutely yes. That's what they actually are going to say. They say this is correct. So let's go on from there. The frequency that forms the photon increases from one density to the next. So, do all the vibrations that form the density, the basic vibrations of the photon, increase in a quantum fashion over a relatively short period of time? This is the basis of ascension, folks. And Ra says this is correct. Then you see within each density the gradual upgrading of vibratory levels. So again, the basic vibrations of the photon increase in a quantum leap, and they call it a quantum leap, over a relatively short period of time. Yes, this is correct. Therefore, we are now going through a quantum upgrade. So again, this is like, okay, well, law of one, whatever. I mean, trolls don't like it, but the point is that many of the things that the law of one says, they're far out, they're esoteric, they're unbelievable, but yet many other things are entirely empirically verifiable. There are, in fact, 35 different ancient prophecies saying that we're going through a quantum upgrade, and in the Christian tradition, this is called a rapture event. The concept of the rapture is much, much more interesting and much deeper than just what we think. So as horrible as it looks right now, and whatever the heck is going on in my life, and whatever is happening to me, whatever is happening to you, we are getting crushed. We had that confirmed by, all the stuff that we're going through right now. And somebody just had a interesting quote here. Sue Skidmore, my cat Tigger, passed in 2014, incarnated in the middle of my life, returned after he passed on to show me that he was still watching over me as my guide. Very interesting. So we'll put this guy 10-minute timeout. You guys on the moderators can see why I did that. Anyway, we'll give him one more chance. But sarcasm, I get it. I mean, some people really, really love to troll, but please don't do that. I'm trying to give you guys, I've been studying this stuff since 1996. It's fun for me. The law of one connects a lot of dots for me. People enjoy it. You don't have to be mean. Anyway, at least 35 different ancient prophecies. That's Santayana von de Schend. I was talking about them just last week again. Ancient mythological cultures that had the hero's journey written into their storyline. That's a very big part of this. And then the hero's journey storyline gives this prophecy that includes all this technical data about a 25,000-year cycle that the solar system moves through. At the end of the cycle, we get this ascension type of event. Beverly Adams donated again. Gold is refined in the fire, diamonds are made under immense pressure, and we are being recalibrated. That's absolutely true. 31.5 Storm says, David, this is some of my favorite stuff for you to cover. Well, I'm going to get into the scientific aspects of this too, and how this photonic nature of reality does have some scientific validity, some scientific backing to it. So this is a personal and global initiation that we are going through, folks. We're going through a worldwide dark night of the soul. This is a very, very important part of what's happening to us right now. And the news has become almost intolerable. You know, it's not what we expected, and it's very difficult to stay positive. It's very difficult to stay, enlightened. And so again, the photon is the basic nature of reality, and its vibration is upgrading into the Christ consciousness. So anything that is not of the Christ, anything that is not of the light, anything that is not of the love, is going to be forcibly shoved in our face. So this is a very interesting point. The law of one delineated certain cases where the photon frequencies started to go up and that fourth density showed up more. And one of them corresponds very nicely with the arrival of Nazi Germany. So the negativity becomes more visible. And another one shows up in 1971, which is right in the middle of the gas crisis and kind of the Vietnam War and Watergate, the realization that the government was, lying and sending us off into these scary wars and stuff. Very, very interesting how that all fit together. The law of one says that as these fourth density increases occur, that more negativity comes to light. So my own source flagged 2025 as being of critical importance. And now here we are immediately after 2025. They're saying they're going to release the list. They're saying they've got millions of files, It's all just bursting out immediately after 2025. And there's like wars going on all over the place right now. Kayla Rosen, she says, donated, by the way. She donated. Thank you very, very much for that. She says, I'm learning so much from you. You are helping me explain that spirituality is the new science to others who are not quite aware. Thank you. I'm tired of folks not getting accountability, said American Eagle Rises. Well, I wouldn't worry about that a whole lot longer. And again, we pray for everyone's greatest health and success, however that comes out. This is something that I'm just reporting on. It's something that's going to happen whether I talked about it or not. I do believe that. So we're going through a worldwide dark night of the soul. We're definitely in it now with fears of World War III. So please, in the midst of all this, remember that our reality is being made by intelligent photons that your mind controls. And I'm going to show you evidence that suggests that this actually works, that this is actually true. And so, there's lots of interesting things. And so can we please stop focusing on David's shirt and the background lights? Geez. Well, some moderators have opinions and others have different opinions. It's interesting to watch that happening. Thank you, everybody, for doing your work. I really appreciate it. It's all volunteer, our volunteer operators. Operators are standing by. So as we're going through this fear of World War III, I want you to remember that reality is made of intelligent photons. All 7 of our densities made of these intelligent photons. Einstein's everything equation, E equals mc squared, includes light. So again, he said that the universe is built off of electromagnetic fields. And this fundamental equation that we've all seen so many times actually has light in it. So E equals energy, M equals mass, and C equals the speed of light. So energy is mass times the speed of light squared. So he's making an equivalent between photons, which would be represented by C, the speed of light, mass, and energy. Everything is photonic. So even the Einstein equation brings us back to the photonic universe. Jimby Zenga donated, thank you very much. And then Beverly Adams, I hope we can revisit my dad's 2014 deathbed prophecy, giving us clarity and hope. Yes, again, please email that to me. And you can do that from the website that was my original website, Divine Cosmos. Happy to participate. I don't know if those are coming through or not. But anyway, E equals HF, H equals Planck's constant, says Dr. Phil. Yes, that's another one we want to focus on. Course in miracles. Yes, it's very similar to law of one in a lot of ways. Amethyst asked that question. So great insights, David. We are not victims and we're co-creating our reality, says enlightened executive Dennis. You're absolutely right. So this Einstein equation, again, that was his big revelation. He was able to distill it all down into this little 4-part equation, or 5 parts if you include the equal sign. I guess that's 5, yeah. 5 little components. So everything is made of light. Everything is made of photons. Energy and mass are parabolically related to the square of the speed of light. And, you know, we could geek out on that for a long time, but it's all good. So everything is ultimately made of photons. That's, again, the point here. And Einstein is saying that even electromagnetic energy, all tied, because that's what the E is, ties back to a flow of photons going at the speed of light. Now, the law of one, I would say that each density has different photons, therefore other types of photons may very well exceed the speed of light. And again, the law of one is saying that each density has different types of photons. Sorry, I'm standing up and making my base layer a little bit more comfortable. So if each density has different types of photons, this reveals that we are in a holographic reality, in fact, that we're living in a holographic universe made of these photons. And that is really, really stunning. So the law of one said that the universe began with the photons, the first manifest being, and they also talk extensively about geometry. And so we're not going to get into all the law of one quotes on geometry again, because I did that a few weeks ago, but I do want to bring this back. Trudy Handelman just donated, is that why they want to cover the sun so we don't heal? Yeah, I think sunlight is good in moderation. You definitely want to get your sunlight. So the holographic photonic reality, photons are geometric. And there is an underlying geometric unity creation. You've seen me talk about this before, but some people haven't. The core teaching of the Star of David. Remember, in the Hebrew system, the Star of David, the 2 triangles, represents the image of the Creator. And this appears to be an emulation of the original photon. So this is the 3-dimensional Merkaba, the 3-dimensional Star of David, that, believe it or not, is apparently the first, that is a photon. So what we're looking at right now, I believe, is the authentic shape of the photon. So because we're talking about this photon matrix, I wanted to bring this up again. There's your photon, folks. And this is a 3-dimensional object. It's a geometry that is beautifully tied in with other ones. And I actually have, I actually have one of them right here. This is our little Star of David. You can see if I hold it like this, that there's a Star of David in there. And then you can also see inside, inside is another geometry, which is the octahedron. And when you connect the dots, you see that octahedron in there. You see that? You see how it looks like a cube right here? I can make it look like a cube when I do that. And then you see the octahedron there. It's like 2 Egyptian pyramids going base to base. So there's a fascinating study you can have in sacred geometry. Make sure I do it like this, where you can just rotate it in different ways, and then you get all of these interesting things that happen. Look at that. That's a beautiful shape right there. That's a Star of David shape. See if I can, it's tough to do this backwards. There's your Star of David right there. Okay, so beautiful how well this works. And then I can rotate it a little bit differently. And then I've got, you know, the cube shows up right there again with the octahedron inside. So you just connect the dots on the outside edges and you get the cube. And that's how this works. The geometry plays off of itself. And so these geometric forms actually form the basis of the universal reality that we live in. And this one right here, you can see that it's got the tetrahedrons, it's got the octahedron inside. And then when I rotate it this other way, you've got whoops. Let's see, how do I do that again? The cube. I gotta get it in the right way. So there we go. Cube right there, boom. Okay, so isn't that interesting how these different shapes appear just from rotating this little object? Well, that's my line art drawing that I made of it years ago. And so it's really Nima Arkani Hamed is the main scientist, and I love bringing this up. It never gets old. This validated the law of one philosophy so beautifully, man. Just like, wow, what the hell? So I got to be on my slides. Sorry about that. Nima Arkani Hamed, Yaroslav Trunka. Let's go back to this. This shape is the original photon. If I wasn't on that, now I am. So anyway, there we go. So Nima Arkani Hamed, and oops, dude, I was off of it again. Sorry. This shape appears to be the original photon. Okay. And there it is. And then Nima Arkani Hamed, Yaroslav Trunka, found something very similar and said that all of the universe is emanated from one shape. That it all comes out of this one shape. Space and time is all emanating from this one shape. And it's really, really strange because the shape is made out of tetrahedrons, which this is, at its core, it's just two tetrahedrons. Again, you look at it like that and you get this beautiful Star of David going on. So look at that, what I got there, and then look at what we see here. And you'll see it even more in the next slide. So here they are. This is his former student, co-author, Yaroslav Trunka. But again, the main guy responsible for this is Nima Arkani Hamed from Caltech and Princeton. So he's done really, really amazing work. And again, the point is that all of space and time is emanating out of a singular geometric form. It's really, really wild to think about life this way, to think about the universe this way, because again, that's exactly what, if the photon itself is this amplituhedron, and I'll say that it is, then we've got the validation of the religious idea of, in the beginning there was light. God said, let there be light. Buddha says, all that we are arises with our thoughts. We are what we think. The law of one says that love created the photon as the first manifest being. Really, really wild stuff. So this has dazzling philosophical implications, as I love to say, because again, all of space and time is emanating off of this, that there's one of these in the universe and it started a vibration, and as it vibrates, it goes out to the farthest reaches of the universe, it collapses back into itself. It's like a heartbeat pattern going outward and inward, and that's all there is. That the whole entire universe is amplitude, it's little squiggles coming off of this guy right here, and that's it. That's all we got is this one shape that I can make it look like different things. That's really the coolest, right? When you get it like that. You get these different things going on with this one shape. Wow. And they're all interconnected. So I know you guys love this stuff. You're speaking my language, says Myra Shipley. Yes, we're going deeper into that than before. And so I want to make sure, Frequency says, I love this all so much. Yeah, I want to keep bringing this up because, again, it has dazzling philosophical implications. And so they called it the amplituhedron, or they also called it the positive Grassmannian. And this is, so here's the basic shape. But then when you actually go into that article and you click on it, this is the line art diagram, of the amplituhedron. And now we very clearly see that there are four of these four-sided pyramid triangles or tetrahedrons that make it up. And just with those, whatever it is there, we've got a total of 7 points, it looks like. 7-point amplituhedron that shows you these four tetrahedrons stuck together. And again, Sir Roger Penrose had the same idea in the 1970s. This is an important point because he was in this debate with Stephen Hawking. And so Stephen Hawking was the one who was arguing the model of the Big Bang, where everything just blew up and that's how it started. Whereas Penrose was actually saying that the universe was in a completely different type of context than this concept of the Big Bang. He actually said that it was more like a flowering of this singular geometry. Now, Penrose's geometry was different than the one that we normally see. I don't know if I believe that. Somebody's writing some interesting stuff here. But okay, PM Legati says the photon is obviously alive and divine, therefore is a being happening every moment. You're right. I would agree with that. So this is not unlike the concept of the Higgs boson, which is again the idea that there's one particle at the root of all reality, that if you zoom down in deep enough to any one part of the universe that you come back to the same particle. It's there in its true form, regardless of where it might be. So this again is the Penrose model that we're seeing. This is the way that he tried to solve this puzzle. And what he was saying was, and he argued about this with Stephen Hawking, that every quantum squiggle, every subatomic particle, whatever it may be, is an emanation of this particular shape. Now that's highly esoteric, highly interesting and weird. Yes, we are going to talk about, actually, sorry about the moderation there. That one wasn't really necessary, I don't think, but Sarah anyway. Yeah, we are going to talk about the Maltese cross and how that shows up as the photon. Once again, we're going to get into that. But anyway, this is Penrose's idea, and he said that all space and time is manifested off of this shape. And so it's a weird brain twister, and it didn't have the same type of popularity. 7 geometric thought forms. This is for the T-Ma from Yonkers. Thank you very much. Donated $20. I really appreciate that. Any of the donations are very helpful. Really appreciate that. So anyway, we're good. And we're doing really well on donations this week. So thank you guys for stepping up. It's very, very helpful. It really does make me happy. Oh my goodness. Some comments there. Whoa. Okay. So this is very interesting, right? Because wait a minute. But he couldn't solve it. Penrose couldn't quite get this to work. But notice up at the top that there is a tetrahedron in there. There's two of them. The top two shapes are both tetrahedrons. And they're side by side on one another, as you see on the top of the shape there. So then we look at, okay, what happened is that Arkani Hamed went back and solved it. He solved the equations. Every single subatomic particle, quarks, neutrinos, neutrons, protons, leptons, bosons, you name it, anything that they've ever found, they got 90 pages of equations to name each one of these and to define what quarks are, and there's lots of different quarks. You can take any one of them, and they all can be defined as a part of this amplituhedron. And I believe, and I think that this will bear out in time, that if you add more symmetry to it, that you will get the photon. So let's show you again how that works. So here's your Star of David, and here's the amplituhedron. And when you phase shift them over each other, you can see that, yes, if you just add on some more tetrahedrons, it's a little bit more complex than that, but they're very, very similar. I mean, basically, this is made of 4 tetrahedrons, whereas this is made of 2 tetrahedrons that are smushed together. Now, he hasn't ever actually done this work, so I can't prove that this is what's going on, but it's very, very interesting nonetheless. And the idea is that all of the squiggles in the quantum realm emanate from this one shape, which basically tells us that the universe is created by this original geometry. Well, what is that geometry? Well, if the law of one is right, then it would be a photon. And in fact, photons have that sacred geometry shape. Photons look like this, so it's pretty freaking cool. The quantum squiggles are commonly referred to as particles. Beverly Adams says the photon is like us. We're still in the spiritual realm, even though we are embodied. Yep. So particles are where this is coming from, particles of the quantum realm. And so this completely defeats our particle model. The idea that they're hard particles and that everything was formed in the beginning of the universe, there was one big bang and everything just arrived out of nowhere. Nope. It's all part of one shape that it's the only thing that really exists. All of space and time emanates off this one shape, and it's not really there. It's all a thought form. If the photons that this creates are thought, then all that we actually have is those thoughts. So this completely defeats our particle model. And all of us are a collective emanation of this one form. That's another really fascinating thing that we get out of this, is that your body, my body, the Earth, the solar system, everything is just a manifested form of this one photon. That's all there actually is in the universe. It's pretty freaking wild. So then we also learn from this that time is not linear in the greatest sense. It's actually nonlinear, and it gives us this fascinating new way of looking at things, because time, the universe already happened. Everything already exists. And as we move through space and time, we're moving through stuff that already happened. So then here's the next one. The universe already happened, as I just said. That's the point. That's one of the things that the law of one kind of emphasizes, but that it's also in a state of becoming. And there you go. The universe is in a state of becoming. See, I already know what my slides are going to say. These are going really slow. I forgot about how they all have that animation in them. The amplituhedron mirrors the Star of David Tibetan mandalas alike. Again, you've heard me say this before, but we're going a lot deeper on the photon matrix than I usually do, so I wanted to bring this back because this is really, really exciting. Star of David and Tibetan mandalas. What are we seeing here? This is supposedly a diagram of creation, the diagram of how the universe was formed, and the circles coming off of it are the 7 densities, the 7 planes of existence. Right in the middle, you have the Star of David, the original photon, the original form of light. Here's another example of a Tibetan tanka that shows us this. That would be a wall hang, like some of the ones I have here. And then there's another one. And you also see there's 4-sided geometry inside the Star of David, which is, again, like the octahedron. All of these basic geometries that we've been talking about are actual vibrations. And all you have to do is vibrate water with sound and put some sand in it, and you'll see geometry. And I said that really fast, so I'll slow it down if you haven't ever heard this before. But again, this is intrinsic. It's something I always want to talk about. Here we go. Look, here's a picture of me in the past, his frequency. That's funny. Dr. Hans Jenny pioneered this research. So remember, when you see these white areas in the diagrams I'm about to show you, those are particles of sand floating in water. They free float. They can float around. They're not sinking to the bottom. They float around. They're called colloids. It's a colloidal suspension. Then you just simply vibrate the water with sound, and instead of it looking like murky white liquid, the sand particles arrange in geometry. And it's absolutely fascinating, because that's what we're saying the universe is. The universe's stars and galaxies arrange in a geometry from a vibration, from a primordial vibration. T Love donated $50. Thank you very, very much for that. We do need those. I really appreciate it. We're at 2,654 concurrent viewers right now with 1,337 likes. That's really awesome. So thank you guys. I really appreciate that. All right. Yenny, don't lose that number. Okay, so everything's inside a drop of water here. And so there it is, man. That is the same shape that we've been looking at. Star of David, amplituhedron, the 3-dimensional Star of David, which is the Merkaba, or the, interlaced tetrahedron, as it also could be called. This little guy here is now showing up in vibrations of water. And so, wow, I mean, like, that's pretty freaking amazing to see this kind of thing happening here, that this little guy here is right in line with a vibratory pattern. Well, that's all they are. The geometry is a vibratory pattern, and so geometry is what you get when you vibrate a liquid. It appears that the universe itself has some type of liquid-like essence. It appears that that liquid vibrates, which is the original primordial sound, the Aum, we talk about in Hinduism and Tibetan Buddhism. And God said, "Let there be light." And in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was God. Logos, the vibration, the sound. See, I love talking about this. It never gets old. I just keep on, bringing in new things to make it fresh. Then we also see that when you change the frequency of vibration of the water, when you change the sound that you play into the water, you get different geometry. That's between what we see here on the left and the right. You got octahedrons on the left. You got the Merkaba on the right. That's fascinating. It's the same water, same sand. All you're doing is changing the frequency, and the geometry changes. So this explains the law of one, telling us that as the photon frequency changes from one level to another, that you're going to get this upgrading of the vibrations of that density, transforming the ground state of reality. So there could be higher density beings, ghosts, if you will, around us now. You can't see them. Why? Because they would be like the geometry on the right, but we're like the geometry on the left. Our atoms and molecules are not even compatible. We don't even have the vibration to see atoms at that fourth density level. But when enough fourth density photons stream in and everything changes to that fourth density level, then we would see it. Really weird and interesting, huh? Now see, this stuff is so fascinating. That's why I don't understand. Well, I mean, I do, but how come this kind of material never gets chopped up and put on X or other social media, but then other people say the same sounding stuff, but way less technical? You got to wonder what's going on there, as we've talked about earlier. So anyway, no shade on him. I'm sure he's a great guy, and I would caution him that he might be being used. Anyway, this is just 9 different vibrational phases of the same drop of water, showing all the different geometries that can arise. And again, the main ones, there's 5 of them, the platonic solids. These are the 5 basic vibrational shapes. They are very curious because each line is the same length, each face is the same shape. The tetrahedron is triangles, the octahedron is triangles, the icosahedron is triangles, the cube is squares, and the dodecahedron is pentagons. So all the internal angles are the same, all the lines are the same length, all the faces are the same shape, and they all fit perfectly inside a sphere. So a sphere could be vibrating and then create this shape inside of itself as a vibrational form. And we've talked about this so many times. And so these are really, really cool. This is the basic nature of the photon, that the photon actually goes through different vibrational phases that have all 5 of these components in there. That's what I'm saying, that the true nature of the photon is geometric. And so again, one other thing that I want to give you that we have talked about before, but is so important, is Dr. Radek Chopkiewicz, who actually captured and measured photons in the lab. Here he is on Stanford University's profile, postdoctoral research fellow of biology. He is no slouch, dude. And he built this crazy-looking machine. There he is posing in front of it. And it's got all these lasers, and it looks freaking awesome. And here he is with some of his colleagues. And what they did is they were able to capture an individual photon and study it on the microscopic level. It's like putting a microscope on an individual photon and figure out what the hell it looks like. And what is so amazing to me is that the photon is a Merkaba. So here it is, Cosmos Magazine. This was 2018. What shape are photons? Quantum holography sheds light, pun intended, right? So let's zoom in on this up close. I mean, the first thing that's so weird is that it looks like the so-called Maltese cross. And so this is an ancient shape that's definitely associated with a variety of different traditions, and you see it on coats of arms, and you see it in royal this and that. And so did they know something? Was this given to them by extraterrestrials? The answer may very well be yes. But then, when you take your little guy here, when you take your Merkaba, and then you tilt it, let's see if I can get the right tilt here, this way. Hold on, there we go, like that. Actually, no, we want to do it more like that. There we go. Tilt it like that. Okay, there we go. That's the tilt angle that I'm looking for. Maybe a little bit that way. Now check this out, okay? Oh, yeah. There you go. And it fits perfectly over the shape. You see that? So all I have to do is tilt it the right way here, and I'm getting the same thing. And so it fits very, very nicely over this, especially the one on the right here. I mean, all the black lines are in the right place. Everything is in the right place. And even those blue areas around the outside that are still visible, they even notch into the sides. It's really, really amazing. And so like, wow, what does this mean? Well, it's fascinating, and it tells us that the photon is this geometric pattern, which again looks like the amplituhedron, this shape that created all of space and time, the origin of the universe, what shows up in the Tibetan mandala. This reveals that the amplituhedron would be the first photon in the universe, which is exactly what the law of one told us. And so, holy crap, the law of one said this, that we're in a photonic matrix. Everything in the universe came from this one photon. And that was the first and simplest manifest intelligent being. The photon is intelligent, fundamentally intelligent. The photon then fractalized into the first star, which would be our primordial sun. And you're going to see the quote from the law of one that says that. And then each star has a heartbeat that pushes waves out and in. So we'll talk about that in a second. Intelligent infinity has a rhythm or flow as of a giant heart, beginning with the central sun, as you would think or conceive of this. The presence of the flow inevitable is a tide of beingness without polarity, without finity, the vast and silent, all beating outward and outward, focusing outward and inward until all the focuses are complete. So, yes, the implication is that the first photon fractalizes into a star and then becomes what they call the central sun. This quote clearly seems to establish that there is a central sun that then has a heartbeat, and it's expanding and contracting. In fact, when we look at the surface of our sun, we know that that's happening. I have scientific data on that we're not going to get into today. I want to make sure I didn't lose you guys. Ambergeddon, all this love and light hasn't changed a thing with the violence and discord going around us. Living in a bubble is a way to delude yourself. No, not really. I want you to really meditate deeply on the concepts that I'm sharing with you. We're not even into the best new stuff yet. So the concepts I'm sharing, oh my goodness, Sunflower Life comes in with the bomb-ass 333 Canadian dollar donation. Incredible. The only power there is God. That power is ever present. God is good. God is love. God is the eternal, immortal, spiritual, creative principle of the universe. Only in the sacred science of quiet meditation, silence of quiet meditation, the presence of the Creator is revealed to you. J. Goldsmith. Thank you again, Sunflower Life. You have saved the day for us. This show is the good stuff, says Vega. That's right. Oh, Chosen 3 says, I'm a Templar, and that is the Templar insignia. Well, yeah, I mean, that's part of where it shows up. It shows up in different places. So, yes, I agree. And again, you know, how did they get that? Where did they get that from? And Sarah Love, yep, you're right. He-Man has it, so that's one of the places it shows up. Anyway, this is a really, really interesting thing, that there's the central sun that made the universe. I didn't usually put that in there when I'm talking about this before. And it goes outward and inward. And that's the nature of what creates the vibration, right? Inside the sphere is vibration. The sphere has a liquid in it with particles that create that geometry. Something has to vibrate the sphere. That's the center of it, vibrating, oscillating, creating the geometry that we see. So the outward and inward motion is very important in making that geometry exist in the central sun and then outwards from it. The intelligence or consciousness of foci reach a state where their spiritual nature or mass calls them inward, inward, inward until everything is coalesced. This is the rhythm of reality as you spoke of it. There you go. The experience or existence of space and time itself comes into being after the individuation process of logos or love, the word, remember that's the vibration. The vibration of love has been completed. The physical universe, as you would call it, has coalesced or begun to draw inward, which moving outward to the extent that which you call your sun bodies have in turn created timeless chaos, coalescing into what you call planets. These planetary vortices of intelligent energy spending a large amount of what you would call first density in a timeless state. The space-time realization being one of the learned teachings of this first density of beingness. So they're telling us that as a star is vibrating, that eventually it's going to spit out planets. So planets are ejected material from inside the star. And I've seen science that seems to confirm that. So it's very interesting to get that confirmation in the law of one. Enlightened executive. Focus on the darkness, you get more darkness. Focus on the light, you create reality. It is a choice. You're absolutely right. So they say it has been impressed upon us by our own teachers, they're talking about seven density beings now, that there is a mystery-clad unity of creation in which all consciousness periodically coalesces, meaning that it collapses down into a singularity, and then again another Big Bang, and it begins. There is a type of Big Bang, like a big flowering. Thus, we can only say we assume an infinite progression, though we understand it to be cyclical in nature and, as we have said, clad in mystery. Periodically coalesces and again begins. So everything gets bigger and smaller. It's the heartbeat of creation. So the central sun fractalizes into the first galaxy. The first galaxy fractalizes into a supergalaxy, and all the blueprints are still visible of this since the very first manifest being is the photon. I'll talk about those fractalized galaxies in a minute. The original photon started the universe. This is the amplituhedron with its tetrahedral shape. And then it has, as I showed you just with my little model, there's an octahedron hiding inside the tetrahedron geometry. These little lines right here. As I've showed you before, the little pattern right inside the center of this is the octahedron. There's a nice way of seeing it. You can see that geometry is right in there, okay? Well, sure enough, there it is. That's a wireframe diagram of the thing. Here's another wireframe diagram of it. Here's one that I created, showing you can put tetrahedrons on each face of the octahedron and get that Merkaba, which also turns into a cube. So if you tilt it sideways so that the Star of David looks good, then the octahedron is on an angle. And this actually, if you can imagine now that this is the first photon that blows up and creates the universe, it shoots out a bunch of gas from that octahedron in the middle, as we talked about before. So this is our photonic octahedral matrix universe model, once again, we're going to talk about. There is a supergalaxy out there, and along the ecliptic plane, along the equator, that's where all the stars and galaxies are, and then everything above and below it is gas and dust. So all those kind of funky clouds that you see above and below it, that is gas and dust. Now that gas and dust, you can't really see it too well in this illustration, but here, where those colors are, is actually temperatures in microkelvins. So notice that you have those red regions, and those go up to, on the x-axis down there, 0.051 microkelvins. And then the other two spots are minus 0.051 microkelvins, with 0 being a nice green color in the middle. So that gas that we were just looking at before has different temperatures in it, and then it clusters together into these clouds, and the clouds, again, are different temperatures. And then remember, this is an unwrapped sphere, so we got to wrap it up. This is all just analyzing the leftover gas and dust from the dawn of the universe. So you take this, you tilt it sideways a little bit, and now you wrap it up into a sphere, and this is what you get. A perfect illustration of the octahedron inside the sphere. So two sides of it are warmer, two sides of it are colder, right? Because we saw the temperature changes. How weird. And then remember that it was all on a side angle that we saw before. Well, that side angle that it's on corresponds perfectly to the tilt, almost perfectly to the tilt of the octahedron inside the tetrahedron. So could it be that this tetrahedron flowered into the universe, that there was an original photon that flowered into the universe, and then everything came off of that, and all the gas and dust shot out of the octahedron in the center from its actual faces, from the lines on the faces, thus creating this pattern. It's incredible. That, to me, was one of the biggest things, and they even acknowledged that it's octahedral in the study that was done. I mean, it's just freaking amazing, and I never get tired of talking about that. So how does this all fit in? How does this all relate? It's super, super fascinating stuff. And I've talked again about how as it keeps on flowering, that all of the galaxies are held together in this matrix octahedron shape. You can't really see that very well in this diagram, but these are the superclusters of galaxies. And then here is the one from Botana and Florido, showing you again two octahedrons. And notice along the corners, the points of it, and along the lines of it, that there's these huge blobs of superclusters of galaxies. And those superclusters of galaxies all exist along the lines and the corners, and there's nothing anywhere else. That's exactly what we saw in the vibrating liquids and that were in Hans Jenny's experiments of cymatics. So it's pretty freaking wild stuff. and it's actually, there's 3 octahedrons tall in the whole thing. So they actually draw this in the Caltech paper, that there's a 3 octahedron tall super galaxy that the whole universe is made out of. This is just our local area. We are there in the middle. It says sun up at the top in the middle, and then there's an arrow coming down from that word. That's where we are. So this is our photon matrix at the largest scale. It's really, really quite something. It's really, really quite incredible. And then I said, well, what would it look like if this was all extended into a super galaxy? It would have to be round, but it would be made of a bunch of octahedrons. Sure enough, a crop formation showed us exactly what I was visualizing. I realized it immediately, and there it is. So again, this is not stuff that I'm making up. Botanner and Florido did the first work on this. We'll just blow through this really fast. There he is, Eduardo Botanner. The Caltech website has a paper called The Egg Carton Universe. And right here, it says large-scale structure magnetic fields. There's your figure 21, ideal scheme of the egg carton universe formed with octahedra, only connecting at their vertexes. There's the figure 22 that I just showed you. He says it's compatible with present observations of large-scale structure of supergalaxies, superclusters of galaxies. It's easy to identify at least 4 of these in the real data. Really incredible. And we also had the other guy, Universal Honeycomb is what he called it, Einasto, Jan Einasto. I showed you him at the end of another show. Does the universe have a honeycomb structure? Cornell Library. And so this is scenes from his paper, Distribution of Clusters of Supergalactic Coordinates. Again, a little harder to see, but this makes it very clear. There's his paper again right there. And does the universe have a honeycomb structure? So why am I bringing all this up? Because I believe that tetrahedral, that octahedral matrix that I just showed you is photonic in nature. That it's ultimately the same geometric photons that started the universe, and on the biggest possible level, everything is vibrating and all the galaxies get captured into that pattern that we're seeing right here. And so yes, part of it, you could liken it to gravity, that there is a gravitational pull that's going to pull them all into alignment with that shape, however it shows up. It's really, really fascinating. X-Point Arcturus assures us that the Earth is not flat, and I would agree with you. Thank you for that amazing burst of insight. Want to make sure I don't lose you guys. Patrick Anderson is saying, wow, yeah. So to me, this really does, it's a great ancient astronaut theory, ties in so many fascinating things. It's very, very exciting. So I had a crop circle show up in my garden. I don't mean any respect. I don't know about all these comments, but anyway, that's where it all comes back to, folks. That these vibrations of the photon exist at the largest scale level. That's all there is this geometric stuff. And so I would actually argue that this is also photonic, as interesting as that may seem. And remember, the photon is not just gravitational, it is consciousness. Even our large-scale geometry still has the geometry of the photon that we saw at the tiniest level, the origin of the universe. It's all a hologram. It's all holographic. The geometry shows up at the largest scale, and it shows up at the smallest scale. And that was where we ended in our show the last time we were talking about this. All manifestations of this geometry really show up as different photons. And, you know, that's fascinating because, again, the photons are telling us that we live in an illusion. They are not real. They are, according to the law of one at least, made of intelligent energy that started out as love. Amazing. So we do have these threatening things going on in the world, but I believe they're here to inspire our growth and evolution. And if we go through this program and we follow the teachings of the universe, then we will get great results. In other words, as scary as it is, with our thoughts we create the world. If we think loving thoughts, then happiness will follow us as our shadow, and it will be unshakable. It's beautiful. So the principles of Christ truly represent our success formula on this, where you want to have forgiveness, compassion, patience, and service to others. This basically wraps the heavenly mantle, the armor of God around you, ensuring that you will receive universal protection and that nothing bad is ever going to happen to you. So right now, of course, we're all being tested heavily on our fundamentals There are bold moves being made that could risk World War III, and we've never seen such an active threat environment for war. We got Venezuela, we got Mexico, Cuba, Nicaragua. We got this whole situation going on with Greenland. What is he going to do there? We have Ukraine, we have Iran, and then last night they hit Syria. All of these things are happening at the same time, and it is super, super intense. So I just want to remind you that we've talked about this a lot, and we've anticipated there was going to be a time of great tumult and great intensity coming up in our future, and we're in it now, man. And so I talked about that bald eagle post. It's now become infamous because it came out just a couple days before what happened over there. And this is where he posted it. He said, "Windmills are killing our beautiful bald eagles." And so I put a little, black spot over the face because it's just too sad. But anyway, look at the date on there. That's interesting, isn't it? And then look at the number on the windmill is 13, which is often associated with bad luck and that kind of stuff. So basically, the fallen eagle might have been a telegraphing of a captured world leader, like an eagle. The number 13 could have been a symbol of bad luck. And then, of course, we see the date there, which is, you can see that's correlated with other things. Very, very intense. And so there's just lots of stuff going on right now. Russia admitting they couldn't fight without using the ultimate option. We practically have no leverage except for, we are, look down where the American flag is. This is from the military commentator Kirill Fedorov. No one will be the winner if we do this. They are simply stronger and they do what they want. That is a fact. Well, yeah, so it's a very scary time to be alive. It's a very scary time on planet Earth. There's lots of this kind of stuff. Europe is threatening that they would confiscate our bases if we were to move forward on this. Every American military base across Europe, they said they would try to confiscate it. I don't know, man. It's scary stuff. And there's a lot of pieces of news like this. So, again, I think I'm going to skip forward through some of this stuff because we're coming up on the 2-hour mark. But there's a lot of interesting things. Let's just see. There's one that I really need to get here. So we have the presidential advisor, Scavino, who's sending out a message that clearly indicates buckle up. And you can see that right there in the chair. He's got this chair on Air Force One, and he's got the seat belt buckled inside the chair. So this seems to be another coded communication about all the stuff that's going on. However, one positive thing is that Iran seems to be solving problems on their own. Huge, huge revolutionary activity. The government is not getting violent against the people. A sea of people in the streets demanding freedom, a revolution in real time, the largest mobilization yet. This is bigger than Venezuela, bigger than the fall of the Berlin Wall. Pray for these courageous people. Well, this is an example of how things might actually work out peacefully. So maybe the big, scary event that we were thinking might happen doesn't have to happen that way. That would be great. That's faith over fear, just like Beverly was saying, I am not scared. That's good. They're also having an internet blackout over there. And so only 5% people are able to get on the internet right now. And then there's large-scale protests. Even last night, we snuck in a strike on Syria. That actually happened last night. Nobody's even talking about it. But all these things has happened. It seems like it's already been forgotten about. So, it's upsetting stuff, and that's all the upsetting news we're going to have. But I just want to remind you that we are living in this photonic holographic universe. We are not trapped in some materialistic illusion where nothing good is ever going to happen and we're just stuck this way. Our thoughts create reality. And I've given you all this stuff to think about before we talked about a little bit of bad news, or what some people think is bad news. And so disclosure is coming forward as well. The Stanford professor, Gary Nolan, is actually talking about ET factions duking it out. And why are they doing this? Rare minerals, water, advanced technology, or is it something deeper? Using us as experiments or even our souls as a cosmic energy source? Well, yeah, that would be the negative. What do you think? Is Gary Nolan onto something? Or is it sci-fi gone wild? So he's actually saying in this video, he believes there are multiple factions duking it out. This was another really interesting thing. John Greenwald from the Black Vault confronted the three-letter agency, who would neither confirm nor deny that they have any records on 3I Atlas. Oh, we're neither going to confirm nor deny that we've ever studied this or looked at it or done anything. So the story may not be over, even though it seems like it's going farther away from us. He says it right here. They will neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of these records. The fact of documents existing or not is classified. And there's the thing. You can go back and read that post if you want to. So again, I want to focus on the positive here. I don't want to get dragged down too much into the negative, because our universe has a divine connection, and we were told by so many prophecies that we would be in a time like this. So even though it's been really scary, very scary this past week, I get that. Everything is held together. We're not dead. Everybody's okay. There's no World War III. And let's hope that it continues that way. Let's hope that we can navigate this challenge, whatever we're going through right now, as peacefully as possible. So again, the bottom line message that I wanted to give you is that photons are far more significant than we may realize. And so here at the 2-hour mark, we finally have some exciting new scientific evidence that's come to light, filling in critical pieces of our photonic universe model. Now, Dr. Pete Peterson, who introduced me to Chris Beskar, Stavati Aerospace, which we're still working on very avidly, his classified PhD thesis was on the informational field. And again, his belief was that the universe is made of information and that it's essentially intelligent, that everything is intelligent. This really does get back into our photonic model, the idea that there is intelligence there. It fits perfectly with the idea of the conscious universe, where mind is the builder and the universe is the result. So I want to assure you folks, I know that some people out there might be really freaked out, but no matter how it may look, I do believe that we will be okay. We talked about all these different things that are very interesting stuff, and we are not afraid, says Linda Kiesling. We are moving from Manium Channel says we are moving from a world defined by external structures to a world defined by internal consciousness. Gary Nolan is in the know, says Enlightened Executive. There is only God in action, Almighty I Am, says Paige. So yes, I do believe that we're going to be okay. Johnny J2B says Ghost of Adi. Yeah, I mean, we're doing great. Oh my goodness. We are not, yeah, thank you, Sunny Skies. Please don't post things like that. Somebody wrote something that was very nasty. And no, we love all different types of people, including, yes. So anyway, we got to remember the meditation effect here. We got to remember, this is, again, I believe, part of the fact that we're in a photonic universe. As you shoot out those loving photons in meditation, we get up to a 72% reduction in war, criminal activity, all that kind of stuff. John Hagelin was out talking about this. We've discussed it here many times before now. Non-denominational standard form of meditation, 7,000 people getting together in group meditations, and global crime and terrorism reduced by 72%. So you think maybe what I'm doing here is important, because right now we've already got 2,600. And then as we extend that meditation over the next few days, I mean, how many views do we have? Let's see. We're already at over 10,000 views. And the whole show itself is like a meditation. So their critical threshold to get that 72% reduction was 7,000 people meditating. We've already got 10,000 views. And this whole show is the meditation. The whole show is a cosmic consciousness that we're creating, co-creating with you in this very fascinating way. So again, dozens of studies confirmed the effect, and square root of 1% of the population, which is 7,000 people at the time, was believed to be essential. They ruled out weekends, weather, holidays, and all other statistical phenomena. And we saw last week, again, all forms of crime and overdoses now decreasing. And so once again, I'll just blow through this really quick. The largest one-year drop in murders on record, according to Jeff Asher. 570 law enforcement agencies, nearly 20% decline in murders in 2025 versus the same period in 2024. And there's different reasons for this. But one of them is this meditation effect, I believe. Manslaughter, self-defense, all this kind of stuff. So everything went up after 2020, and now it's going back down. Again, the drop in crime continues a trend beginning in 2023, 24, and then historically increased in 25. A roughly 20% drop in murder, as suggested by the current data, would be by far the largest decline ever recorded, eclipsing the decline in 2024, currently pegged at negative 15%, but that's likely to be upwardly revised. Other types of crime are declining as well. We saw this 23% motor vehicle theft decrease, theft and aggravated assault. It won't be finalized for a while, but large drops in crime are happening, even if the numbers overstate that by a small bit. Motor vehicle theft, aggravated assault, robbery. So again, here's the graph. Sorry to be blowing through this, but you guys know I just saw it the other day. We just saw this before. So again, all these different things: violent crime, murder, robbery, aggravated assault, property crime, burglary, theft, and motor vehicle theft, all going down by sizable percentages from these 570 agencies. And it's in small cities actually have the biggest effects. And then we saw that overdoses are down by the similar amounts, which is great. Everything is going down. It's all happening in the right direction. And we overlapped it with the graph of the overall trend in crime. And these are the same years that are overlapping with one another. And it's remarkable how similarly they line up like this. Very, very exciting that we're seeing drug overdose deaths going down. And whether you like it or not, what's going on with this administration, they're trying to fight that right now. I know it's just upsetting a lot of people, but, you know, the deaths are going down and they continue to go down. So that's a good thing. These effects are the result of our holographic universe, you guys. There's many different voices of distraction at this time. We're all going through this. Oh, somebody says, have you seen Buddhist monks walking for peace in the southeast United States? They're in South Carolina now, going through North Carolina and then on to D.C. I hadn't heard about that. But marching for peace is definitely something that I would support, of course. So we are all going through this collective initiation, and its intensity level is rising for everyone, man. It's just so freaking intense right now. And the pace is unrelenting and overwhelming, so we want to see the positive and take the wins whenever we can. We get conditioned to see the world in three-dimensional terms, so we have to break the conditioning in order to view our universe, because to properly view the universe is to properly view the self. And of course, there is only one of us here. So let's again review another quote from the Law of One that actually tells us that, in fact, photons are intelligent. And this came about in a question on distortion. In the Law of One's perspective, everything is a distortion of the pure white light that started the universe. So here it is. There's a link if you wanted to look this up yourself and go find that website. In yesterday's material, you stated we offer the Law of One, the solving of paradoxes. You also mentioned earlier that the first paradox, or the first distortion I meant, was the distortion of free will. Could you tell me if there's a sequence? Is there a first, second, third, or fourth distortion of the Law of One? And they say only up to a very short point. After this point, the manyness of distortions are equal one to another. The first distortion of free will finds focus. This is the second distortion, known to you as logos, the creative principle, or love. So free will, which is the original, distortion of intelligent energy, intelligent infinity, focuses into love, and then love becomes this intelligent energy that creates a distortion known as light. So light is one of the first things that's created. It's the first manifest being, as they said. From these three distortions come many, many hierarchies of distortions, each having its own paradoxes to be synthesized, no one being more important than another. So there again, once more, photons are intelligent in the Law of One system, because again, it just said here that intelligent energy creates a distortion known as light, and that is a photon. And we already saw all the other ones that they said before. So photons are intelligent in the Law of One system, which would necessitate that photons would actually store intelligence, that they would actually have intelligence within them. And again, they tell us the universe has a heartbeat. This is another quote that says the same thing. In the understanding which we have of the universe or creation as one infinite being, its heart beating as alive in its own intelligent energy. It merely is one beat of the heart of this intelligence from creation to creation. This seems to be a carefully planned or engineered stage of development, he says. Can you tell me anything of the origin of this plan? And the answer is we go back to previous information. Consider and remember the discussion of the logos, which we just had. With the primal distortion of free will, each galaxy developed its own logos, and that translates as word. Okay? Oh, we got more people now. We're up to 2,700 viewers. This is great. The logos has complete free will in determining the paths of intelligent energy to promote the lessons of each density on the planets and its solar bodies. Whoa! So each galaxy produces its own class. Each galaxy produces its own lessons for each of the 7 densities that you're supposed to learn. They're not all the same. That's the hero's journey. The lessons are the hero's journey. That's so amazing because, again, as I've been saying, you got to watch other weeks of the show. The happy ending is actually built into the photonic matrix. So, okay, let's get our hands dirty here. Can we find any scientific backing for the idea that light itself is intelligent? Is it possible that intelligent photons are being created from our brains, for example? When we think in our brains about certain things, do we generate photons? And the answer is yes. This is something that came out from Michael Persinger and Boda. These 2 scientists. Persinger's no longer with us, but really, really cool thing that just showed up that I hadn't found out about before. We remember, of course, light is made from individual photons, and so their study is showing photons emanating from the human brain. That when we visualize white light, we get biophoton emissions that actually emerge from the surface of the skull and can physically be measured in the lab. That is amazing. So you visualize white light, you get this white light photon coming out of your brain, and when you don't visualize white light, you don't get the photons. That, to me, got me so excited because it's like, wow, how could the brain be doing this if there was no photonic reality that we're all a part of? Something is going on. Something is very interesting here, and it's all related to this. So this is Drs. Blake Doda and Drs. Michael Persinger. So I want to give them full credit so that hopefully other people want to interview them and follow up with this. So this is Dr. Blake Doda with the, I can't really read what the OUSA is, but it's an Ontario Undergraduate Project Alliance, or something like that. That's what it says. Or Undergraduate Student Alliance. There it is. Ontario's Undergraduate Student Alliance, OUSA. He was given an award for his excellence. And this is Dr. Michael Persinger with the obligatory equations on the chalkboard behind him. He's the most known for doing studies with the brain where he beams in magnetic energy, and then the magnetic fields actually create thoughts. Pretty fascinating stuff. So what we see here is, this is the Journal of Consciousness Exploration and Research, increased photon emissions from the right but not the left hemisphere while imagining white light in the dark. Potential connection between consciousness and cerebral light. Wow. There's actually significant increases in the biophoton emissions from the right hemisphere of your brain. It says right here that measurements by a photomultiplier tube at distances of 15 centimeters from the head demonstrated significant increases in biophoton energies along the right side but not the left when subjects imagined white light in a dark environment. The increased power density of 3 to the 10 to the negative 11th watts per square meter did not occur when the same subjects thought about mundane experiences. So you have a light detecting tube 15 centimeters away from the brain, and people imagine that they're seeing white light, and then there's actual photons coming off of their brain that you would imagine correspond to white light, right? They're probably white photons at the same time. But then when they don't think about the white light, the photons don't emerge. So this is very, very interesting. It only occurred as they were visualizing the white light. the photons were not released when they had mundane thoughts. So again, significant increases in energy along the right side, but not the left. And the right side, again, is like the right hemisphere of the brain. It's the creative side. And it did not occur when they thought about mundane experiences. And then it says down here that this was equivalent to the action potentials of about 10 to the 7 cerebral neurons. That's an enormous number. 10 to the 7 is enormous. It's a 10 with 7 zeros after it. So we're talking about now, would that be, let's see, millions at least? Yeah, it's at least 1 million neurons. Maybe even higher than that. Bashir just donated. Thank you very much. Pray for Persia. Appreciate you. There he is right there, by the way, right here. So Truth Float says, this is incredible info. Aurora Futura says, this is hard to follow as a podcast. I'm sorry about that. But again, the point is that you're thinking about white light in your mind, and then these biophotons, they're invisible to the naked eye, but they can measure them with a photomultiplier tube. Biophotons are coming off of your brain. Your brain is actually radiating white light as you think about white light. To me, that is very astonishing. That's very, very astonishing, folks. And again, I'm digging through the scientific data here, but this is from biophotons within cell membranes. That's where they think it's coming from. And this supports Bokkon's hypothesis that specific visual images are strongly created with the release of biophotons and may actually be the experience of organized matrices of photons in the brain. So yes, there's intelligent photons in your brain that may actually be creating pictures that actually are being released by your brain and measured outside the brain. That's the theory. That's the Bokkon's hypothesis, right? It's very, very interesting to me. Visual imagery correlated with the biophoton release of organized matrices of photons. It's very, very fascinating. So Bokkon suggested that biophotons mediate information within the brain space during dreams and wakefulness. In fact, intracerebral biophotons were proposed to generate pictures during thinking. Holy crap. So the photon itself is now directly involved in your thought process, in how your brain actually is working. That's just amazing. It's really, really amazing. Imagery could actually be stored within the photons, and the images would have vastly higher amounts of data density than what we would think that a photon would have. Imagine a single photon carrying a complex visual image. Well, this is what dear old Uncle Jack said, mate. It's how the AI robots communicate. He actually did say that. He says, mate, they have this light coming off of their face and they shoot photons at each other, mate. And the photons go back and forth. See, I'm starting to get into British. Photons going back and forth, mate. It's amazing. They communicate much, much faster than speaking. So think about it. If you have photons in this intelligent law of one model, they're saying the first unmanifest being is light, and that this is intelligent energy, a loving energy. Now we're actually seeing scientists speculating that the brain has photons in it that store information, and that they can actually be released out of the house, out of the mind. I'm sorry, I was reading somebody talking about the house. So again, I think this is very, very fascinating, very, very fascinating stuff. That the robots, these AI beings, have, and super advanced AI nanite-infested beings, have photonic emissions appearing off of their faces as they look at each other. They read each other's photons, and this is how they actually communicate, which may be something that we're already doing and we just don't realize it. It may be emulating our own human systems. Okay, so again, this is a little, please don't get lost, and I'm deliberately trying to help you to crash through some scientific papers without getting lost in all the jargon, without getting scared by the jargon. I just want to look at what these guys are doing. We're just going to cover some of this, not too much, not to get you confused, but it's very, very interesting. And again, I started on a big, big macro level, law of one type of stuff. Now we're getting into nitty-gritty scientific data, okay? Retinotopic electrical signals that's coming from the retina could be converted to synchronized bioluminescent photons to produce intrinsic biophysical pictures in the mind, in the brain, while you're looking at visual images, visual perception, and imagery. That's really, really interesting. That there's actual biophysical pictures inside photons in your brain, the photon itself apparently acting as a storage medium for the pictures. Wow. Very, very cool. Photonic pictures within the brain. And so recently, Wang et al. Tested Bokkon's theory and was the first to demonstrate spontaneous, visible light-induced photon emissions from the eyes of rats. So we'll talk about what that is in just a second. I want to, the rat actually looks at something, and then it creates, even though the photon is a nonlinear phenomenon, the eye itself is designed to create a new photon that goes into the brain and feeds that photon right into the brain. It's the same basic photon as what you were looking at. It's really, really weird. So let's talk about this Bokkon hypothesis, because this is really something. Here he is. This is Dr. Istvan Bokkon. And if you want to look up his papers, it's on this website right here. And I would definitely recommend going through it. So I just want to, we're not going to get all too deep into all this stuff, but dreams and neuroholography. So the idea that dreams are holograms inside the brain made by photons. And he says homeotherm state of evolution. Well, this is when an animal has a constant level of body temperature from its metabolic activity. That's what homeotherm means, okay? So the homeotherm state, meaning a steady metabolic temperature, can bear a relationship to the development of self-cognitive consciousness in evolution. Both explicit memory and consciousness could arise from sleep and dreams. In evolution, several biomolecular and biophysical mechanisms have been developed, making possible the formation of strong coherence of the information system in the brain. This coherence can serve as a basis of explicit holographic information in the brain. And then at the bottom, let's see if I've got this over here. I just want to make sure. Yeah. It's okay. Both explicit memory and consciousness could arise from sleep and dreams. Strong coherence of the information. I already read you this, but we'll do it again. Explicit holographic information system in the brain. Wow. The article does not go into details about neuromolecular, biophysical, or biophoton processes, but proposes a relationship between thermal regulation, that's temperature, and the biophotons inside the brain creating information. So there you go. Here's a guy that's right on it. Biophotons playing an important role in information processing in the brain during sleeping, dreaming, and wakefulness, and the brain can operate by its own pictures during thinking. So you go to his website, this is where he's showing you. You look at a static green object like a tree, the inverted object goes into your retina, it has reflected green photons from the object, and then your eye, apparently his belief is that it's creating new photons, which then go into the visual cortex, V1, creating a biophysical picture using the photons. That the photons themselves actually are pixels inside the visual cortex. So that's a very, very interesting thing, that your eyes are sending actual photons that are visual images into the visual cortex, and the visual cortex is like a screen that reads the photons. This is a very, very different view of how we would view reality. And again, they saw this in the Persinger study by having somebody visualize white light, and then they had more of these white photons, I would assume that they're white photons, coming out of the brain 15 centimeters away. That's very, very fascinating stuff. And again, you're right. It's a Hungarian name, yep. How will Neuralink technology help people see, but also possibly form computer solutions in the brain? Yep, this is very, very fascinating. And it all kind of ties in very beautifully with a lot of different stuff. So both consciousness and light function as carriers of information and action, and both appear to be self-referential. Light biophotons can be carriers of consciousness. There you go. That's exactly what the law of one said, that they're alive and intelligent. I'm not trying to just prove the law of one, but I want to emphasize this philosophical idea of light as intelligent is now being determined by scientists. It's really, really fascinating. The human memory can operate through dynamic pictures, and we link these pictures to each other in the learning process. It seems to be quite suitable that we search through information processes at weak electromagnetic levels of biophotons in the brain. Therefore, telepathy could be a photonic transfer process. That's the really cool implications of this, actually. The idea that telepathy could be that we create photons in our brains and we're shooting them out into the universe, and then other people can pick them up. And that's a very, very fascinating concept. Could a non-terrestrial intelligence actually do this? Yes, it certainly could, right? If there was, angelic beings or something, they might be sending us love and light. The Law of One tells us that's what they're doing. Could stars and galaxies do this as well? Well, what did the Law of One just say? That the sun is creating fourth density photons that are accelerating our evolution. So there may actually be pictorial intelligence in the photons. And so I think we'll cover this stuff again next week, but Bokkon gets us into all kinds of interesting stuff here. Let me just make sure that any of these slides, there isn't anything that I missed that's absolutely important. Let's see here. Yeah, so, okay, we'll read this one a little bit here because it's from his abstract. It's pretty cool. So there's the whole thing if you wanted to pause it and look at it up close. But this is the name of the paper, Dream Pictures, Neural Holography, and the Laws of Physics. According to the laws of physics, electrical signals generate visible pictures if electrical signals are converted to electromagnetic waves of visible light photons. Right? That makes sense. Visible pictures created by photons. During dreams, our eyes are closed. The brain is isolated from visible electromagnetic waves, but yet we see visible dream pictures. It follows from the foregoing that electrical signals of brain's processes can generate visible pictures of dreams if and only if electrical signals are converted to weak electromagnetic waves of visible photons in the brain. And he goes on and on from there, and he proves this in very, very fascinating ways. Nobody can explain the origin of visible dream pictures if only the laws of physics are being taken into consideration. The homeotherm state and REM phases of sleep are developed simultaneously in evolution. In homeotherm creatures, there appear to be well-regulated body and brain temperatures, restricted genesis of neurons, and well-structured neuron systems bearing a relationship to the holograph-like operating mechanism of the brain. Exact temperature regulation is important for many holographic systems because holographic pictures can be deformed if the temperature fluctuations are too large. So, the very fact that your body stays at a nice, even temperature means that this holographic picture can stay consistent. Okay, so I think we're going to jump ahead here because I've got, let's see. Yeah, we'll... Okay, stand by. So, yeah, let's get into the main course here. Definitely did not want the show to end without getting into this very, very important stuff. So let's do this. First of all, I want you to think about the idea that he might be right, that perhaps this new theory is actually got some validity to it. And maybe we'll talk more about the science next week, but we're running out of time right now, and I'm going to get into things that are more interesting. So psychometry is this classic technique used in crime fighting where, let's say that you pick up an object from someone and you meditate on it and you get visual images in your mind of that person's life and of what happened to them and where they went. Is it possible that there are actual photonic memories stored in the object? That's a potential answer, that you are actually pulling in a photonic memory from the object, just like what the Bokkon's hypothesis was talking about. You hold on to the object, you obtain visual imagery, so perhaps these photons with visual information are stored in the object. It's a very, very fascinating idea. But again, what Bokkon's hypothesis was also about is neuroholography and dreams. that your dreams, you're seeing things that you normally would see with the naked eye. If the naked eye is looking at visual images, the visual images transfer into the neurocortex, into the visual cortex, and sure enough, there's photons in there that Persinger and Boda discovered that 15 centimeters away from the brain, you're emanating these photons outside of your brain. So is it possible that we're always doing this and we just don't know it? Like what Uncle Jack said with the extraterrestrial beings transferring thoughts to each other using photons coming off of their faces. Well, believe it or not, there's great scientific research on dream sharing, and this brings in the work of Dr. Montague Ullman, who was actually the uncle of the first Hollywood producer I worked with, so this is Uncle Monty. In 1973 is when he first released this book with Stanley Krippner, and the book is called Dream Telepathy, Experiments in Nocturnal ESP, forward by Gardner Murphy, Montague Ullman, MD, Stanley Krippner, PhD, with Alan Vaughn. Truth Floats just donated and says, I am nerding out on this amazing information. Thank you for sharing it with us. Thank you, Truth Floats. Yes, we're still trying to sell the house. It just hasn't happened yet. But this might be why the cats want to be near your head, said Linda Korsiak. Yes, this is very true. Okay, so it's going to get a lot easier to understand now because, again, the theoretical implications are that photons could occur as holograms inside the brain and that you send these photons out and that the photons could be transmitted to others and picked up. And so what Dr. Montague Ullman did is he actually showed this in action. He didn't know what the mechanism was of the transfer of data, but maybe this is how telepathy works. And maybe telepathy is the result of photonic information transfer. That's my argument. Remember, the law of one said photons are alive and intelligent. So this is a very, very interesting thing. And there's the paper. This book particular is on sale for $411 on Amazon right now. That's how valuable it is. So he is a psychiatrist and psychoanalyst, internationally renowned for his work with dreams. In 1962, he founded the Dream Library at the Maimonides Medical Center in Brooklyn. 1962. In the mid-1970s, he resigned as the director of psychiatry, director of community mental health center, and the director of the division of parapsychology and psychophysics at Maimonides Medical Center to devote himself to dream research and group approaches to doing dream work. He is the past president of the American Society for Psychic Research, Parapsychological Association, and the Society of Medical Psychoanalysts. Dr. Ullman is the author of numerous papers on theoretical and clinical studies of dreams and dreaming. He is the author and co-author of several books, including Dream Telepathy, Working with Dreams, co-editor of The Variety of Dream Experience, and co-editor of the Handbook of States of Consciousness. So he's done a lot of stuff. He had consistent results beginning in the 1960s when he was doing these laboratory studies, and then he continued on in getting people's dreams to have thoughts projected into them. In other words, somebody else meditates and they send images into your mind while you're dreaming and you pick them up. And then he independently, well, you'll see how well this works. It isn't always direct, but the connections are very obvious. They're studied by independent judges. That's how he got it. So he ended up actually doing a pilot study on dream telepathy in 6 different concerts with the Grateful Dead with audiences of about 2,000 people. And I put this in the show before we learned that we lost Bob Weir yesterday. The same day I put this in there is when we just lost Bob Weir. So again, we pray for him, pray that he's going right up to heaven. I think he'll be fine. Trey Anastasio of Fish remembers him as a sweet, kind, and gentle friend. Died when he was 78 years old. Best known as a founding member of the Grateful Dead. And he also created the Other Ones after the group disbanded in 1995. So he's been doing a lot of stuff out there. And again, we bless him and bless him safe passage along with Eric Von Daniken and Bill Donahue and whoever else died yesterday. I think there was somebody else I forgot. Sorry about that. And our own family members too. We had some of that. So this was the thing that we're going to read from, the pilot study in telepathy with the Grateful Dead. Telepathy is a word used to describe reported information obtained from one individual to another. This manifestation of events parapsychologists refer to as psychic phenomena. So here's the link if you want to read this yourself. And I'm just going to give you bullet points. So again, the dream telepathy studies, it says, began at Maimonides in 1964. Dr. Stanley Krippner, who wrote this paper, soon joined him. And he discovered that people would remember their dreams if they could be woken up out of their rapid eye movement state in the middle of the night. 10 years of these dream telepathy experiments were done, where they would use films, drawings, photographs, or art prints. They'd have somebody look at some image, some type of visual image, and then, in our little model, the Bokkon Hypothesis, they're creating photons that have those visual images in them, and perhaps those photons, like the biophotons coming off of your brain, are sending their way into the person in the dream lab, even over vast distances. So this requires an exotic look. The photon would have to have traversed through something like a wormhole. But remember, there's higher dimensions. It's higher densities out there. So that's what I think is happening. It's not like a literal line of sight of the photon. It's traversing through some type of wormhole. But the photon may be the way in which these energies get transferred. So you use art prints is what they did the most often. The sender would meditate to send an image while the dreamer was asleep in the lab in rapid eye movement states, and then they would often use these postcard-sized art prints to do this. They used vivid colored art prints from a variety of museums in New York City. They'd pick them up there, and the art prints were randomly selected by a roll of the dice. The dream data would then be documented, and outside judges would then match the dream data to a multiple choice selection of art prints. So the person would have the dream. They'd send the dream telepathically to the receiver. It's pretty interesting how this was done. They'd send the dream telepathically to the receiver. The receiver would be asleep in the lab while this was being done. Then they would wake him or her up out of their rapid eye movement state, and then have them document what their dream was while this was being sent to them. Then they would take the data and they would send it to outside judges who had a series of photographs that they could look at, and the judge would say which one of these paintings was the sender using to send to the receiver. They'd try to make a judgment that way. And believe it or not, they had phenomenal results. Phenomenal results. The judges had no front loading, making this a blind scientific experiment, and they got statistically significant matching results from this process. It's pretty fascinating. So that means that the judges were able to independently decide this is the picture they sent you, and that corresponds with your dream data. So one night, the selected image was School of the Dance by Degas. This features several young women in a dance class. In fact, let me see if we can pick that one up. We probably can. I didn't have time to do that. Let's just see if we can get it. School of the Dance by Degas. Let's find that right now. That way you can get a little bit more in. Yeah. This is a very, very classic image that we've all seen. Here's a great print of it. All right. And then we'll get it in there. See, I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to just go right in and grab it live while we're on the air, because we needed that. Okay, here we go. All right. You've seen this painting before. It's very famous. So one night, the selected image was School of the Dance by Degas, featuring several young women in a dance class. The receiver's dream reports included such phrases as, "I was in a class made up of maybe half a dozen people. It felt like a school. And there was one little girl who was trying to dance with me." So in a class, maybe half a dozen people, felt like a school. One little girl was trying to dance with me. And there is School of the Dance. So it's really, really interesting, isn't it? Kitsy Witty says, yes, Degas used it in 70s pre-gate tags programming in elementary school. Oh, we had a donation. Kenneth Kawamoto. I missed that one. I guess he did that fairly recently. Oh, there was another one. Truth Floats, nerding out to this amazing info. Oh, that was an old one. The Kenneth Kawamoto was an old one. Anyway, we're up to $2,000 total in chat revenue. Thank you guys so much. Are you enjoying this? Are you having fun? Is everybody having fun? Let's get a big round of applause if you're having fun. Play a little Grateful Dead on the air. Well, I can't really do that. It would be a copyright infringement. But anyway, here is School of the Dance. Whoops, there is School of the Dance by Degas. And sure enough, once again, let's just go back and see what it said here. Several young women in a dance class. And the dream was I was in a class made up of half a dozen people. It felt like a school. And there was one little girl who was trying to dance with me. Well, my gosh, there's a little girl right in the front. And so that fits perfectly. So this was done under scientific conditions. And again, they did this hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. You guys having fun? Yeah. You guys are saying it's a great show. We're having fun. There's lots of comments coming in now. This is your best one yet. It's very fun. Yay. Great show. I was nervous about this show, you guys. Originally I had just a whole bunch of the Bokkon data, but also I want to respect, that it's very difficult technical information to write. Some of the stuff that we didn't have time to go into, I can show it to you really briefly. I think we probably have time to do that. So let me just very quickly go back up to this one thing that he did, which is pretty interesting. Let's see here. Where will that go? Yeah, this one is actually pretty important. So I want to show you guys this. Then we'll go back to the dream sharing thing real quick. He had experimental proof that rat eyes actually generate photons. They studied this scientifically and they proved it. Spontaneous visible light induced ultra-weak photon emissions from rats' eyes. And so let's read this. Here we present the first experimental evidence of the existence of spontaneous visible light induced ultra-weak photon emissions from that sounds nasty, freshly isolated whole eyes from rats. How did they freshly isolate the eye? Ooh. Anyway, that's science, man. It has to be done sometimes. These results suggest that the photochemical source of retinal discrete noise as well as retinal phosphines as little bursts of light may originate from natural bioluminescent photons within the eyes. During normal vision, the eyes are continually exposed to ambient powerful photons passing through various parts of the eyes, producing ultra-weak delayed bioluminescent photons that arise inside the eye. And so, anyway, although the importance and possible role of ambient light-induced permanent delayed photons requires further investigation, our study may produce evidence of an origin of discrete dark noise retinal phosphines. A phosphine is like when you touch your eyes and you get little flashes of light. That's a phosphine. So here we go. Phosphine perception is an entopic phenomenon, characterized by seeing light without light actually entering into the eye without external photons. They can be points, spots, bars, or chaotic structures of colored or colorless light. They can be elicited electrically, magnetically, mechanically, exciting cells in your visual pathway, as well as random firing of cells in your visual system. So again, during natural metabolic processes, continuous and spontaneous ultra-weak photonic emissions have been observed in eyes without any excitation from any living organisms or cells. So what this means is the eye actually creates photons on its own that then goes inside the brain. It's really, really interesting. So you guys are still having fun. This is one of your best shows, says Julia. David, you are totally amazing, says PC User. Yeah, we're definitely, this is fascinating. So anyway, ultra weak photon emissions. And then just to get back into this, I'm going to go ahead here. We got to skip through some of this stuff. Yeah, look at this. This is really interesting. I'm going to jump ahead to this part. Okay. Recently, additional evidence by Sun et al. In 2010 revealed that ultra-weak bioluminescent photons are conducting along the neural fibers That's amazing. That they've proven now, Sun's experiment in 2010 proved that photons conduct through your neural fibers and can be considered as a means of communication. Biophotonic and bioelectronic activities are not independent biological events in the nervous system, and their synergic action may play an important role in neural signal transductions. So then what they see here is the results, that the isolated sample of the eye had continuous spontaneous photon emissions with no photons hitting the eye. In other words, the eye generates photons on its own. After 300 seconds of basal recording followed by 30 minutes of adaptation to the dark, the isolated rat's eye was illuminated by monochromatic red, green, or blue light with a 10, 20, or 40-second duration, respectively. So this is what they're showing you here, that they would actually zap the eye with light, and then it would release those photons later on. And so, again, the point is that we now know there's photons inside the eye that are released by the eye that they can transmit through the neurological pathways. And then with the Persinger and Boda study, they're actually transmitting outside the brain. They measured it coming off of your right hemisphere. That's freaking crazy, dude. I didn't have this information before. You see how wild this is? And it's just like, man, I get really pumped up about this because it's like, wow, how often do we get an actual breakthrough where I did rebuild the model for you. I showed these things, but fourth density photons are coming in, man. That's what the law of one said. Creating ascension, creating a transformation of our consciousness, and creating a new dream. We're going to dream a new dream. So let's go back now to, I wanted to get that one little piece in. Let's go back now to the class with Degas. So once again, here's that picture about the ballet class, and the person, School of the Dance is the name of the show. Several young women in a dance class. The receiver's dream report says, I was in a class made up of half a dozen people. It felt like a school. There was one little girl trying to dance with me. So now imagine that the person who is looking at this picture is having the photons from the picture go into their brain, and perhaps individual photons actually carry this picture on them. I'm saying actual individual light particles, which we just saw, they're saying that goes through the neurological pathways. Individual light particles transferring remotely to the dreamer so that the dreamer sees what you're seeing. Well, this is telepathy, this is remote viewing, and this is the dream sharing research. It's absolutely amazing. Oh, you guys have some interesting things to say here. Sun gazing, it makes sense, yeah. Galen Saunders says, this could explain visual snow like a TV station with nothing broadcasting. Visual snow can be in color. Paige says, please check out the telepathy tapes being explored. Nonverbal, you're absolutely right. Nonverbal autistic people, their ability to tune into one another on their own, well-used frequency channel. This is fascinating. I couldn't agree more. It's very, very fascinating. Yes, I'm having fun. This is incredible. Yeah, I was a little bit worried when I was starting the show. I'm like, is this going to be something that people can follow? Am I going to go over your head? But I think you've got it. I mean, look at the scope of the narrative that we've done here. The cosmic narrative that brings in allegedly extraterrestrial communication from the law of one, geometric photons, the amplituhedron that started the whole universe. This is what everything is made of, that the law of one says they are intelligent. We know that all of space and time is made from this, so if your brain is intelligent and you're made from one of these ultimately, this is the core of what the universe is. Wow, it's the photon matrix. And so, yeah, this might be one of the most important shows I've ever done, honestly, because when the new data comes in, I love to connect the dots and make it all make sense. Prince Royal says, this is an awesome show illuminating the pulsating reality of the universe. I'm glad you like it. If you are staring at the sun, please wear approved eyewear. Your sight is precious to me. I would agree. You got to be very careful with that. Basically, we are the light. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light. We all came from life, which is photons. I get it, dude. I work in the X-ray industry, and I get all this. I love it, says Myra Shipley. This is amazing, man. Yeah, says Jay Brady. I'm listening while I clean the house, and it's too hard to follow just with the audio. Sorry about that, Aurora. But David's followers are high IQ, and we got this. Kitsugi Warrior says, there's definitely truth in this. My son has autism, but he is verbal. I would usually pick up on his needs and wants when he was still nonverbal for the first several years of his life. I'm sorry if you are trying to listen to it and you can't see everything, but none of the stuff that we're going to do from the rest of the show is going to require you to have heard it. Okay, let's just be clear on that. All right. So here's the pictures of the Degas painting. So this was the Holy Modal Rounders Rock Concert. That was the name of the group in 1970. The entire audience worked as senders on a dream study. They used the local media artist Jean Millet, and she worked with the Lid Light Company on a light show. So basically they had a rock concert on March 15th, 1970. If you're listening and you're not watching the slides, I'll try to make sure that I say everything out loud. They used a movie projector and 6 slide projectors to show images, and then they had the entire audience send it to a dreamer. In this case, the images were of different birds from around the world, one of which was the mythological phoenix, and at the same time, the band played a song called If You Want to Be a Bird. They used 5 different volunteer receivers who were telepathically sent these dreams from the rock and roll audience within a 100-mile radius of the concert in Manhattan. All 5 of these participants were told to record dream data as of midnight when this was happening. 2 out of the 5 participants got direct psychic hits on the material. Helen Andrews saw something mythological like a griffin or a phoenix. That's amazing, right? How did she get that? What's the odds of her getting that psychic hit of what the concert people are looking at, and then they send it to her? She actually got it right. It's like, wow, man. And then the Grateful Dead ends up doing this. That's where we're going, okay? It's really cool, so hang in there. Famed Woodstock recording artist Richie Havens. Remember the black guy who is strumming his guitar so much that there's a big freaking hole in it? He's amazing. If you watch the original Woodstock film, he's one of the guys in there performing. Richie Havens, he's wonderful. He also was able to psychically perceive what these people at the rock concert sent him on March 15th. He closed his eyes at midnight and he saw a number of seagulls flying over water. And remember, all the images were of birds. So then they did a future, more refined study with the Grateful Dead in February of 1971. And they performed this at the Capitol Theater in Port Chester, New York. It was 45 minutes away from the Maimonides Dream Research Center in Brooklyn. The band members included Jerry Garcia, Mickey Hart, Bill Kreutzmann, Phil Lesh, Bob McKernan, and yes, the late Bob Weir. How weird, because I had not known that he had died when I made this slide just yesterday. That was my own psychic hit, if you will. As I'm putting this together, it's like, oh, wow. So February 1971, the Capitol Theater, big venue, holds 2,000 people. They were very popular by this point. They had several hit albums. They had huge audiences. And so Jerry Garcia himself got the idea to reach out to Dr. Montague Ullman, this dream researcher, and say, hey, man, we'll do a Grateful Dead show. We'll do 6 nights in a row, and let's have our audience send images to your dreamers. So now you got all these photons. People are looking at the images, and the photons are shooting over their way. Oh, I see what's happening now. My light is a little bit off. So the light is actually tilted in a funny way. So that's probably why some of you guys are saying that you had trouble seeing me. So let me move this over just a hair. Sorry about that. Okay, that looks good. That's part of why I wasn't bright enough, is that it wasn't actually aimed at my face properly. Okay, so because some people were saying they were having trouble with the brightness. Okay, does that, yeah, look, my face is a little brighter now. Okay, good. Sorry about that. I just figured it out. So Jerry Garcia was the one who actually proposed this. Isn't that interesting? Carlos Rene Cedillo says, I was born on May 11, 1970. It's no wonder I get dream telepathy all the time. Musical intuition. Cameron Clapp, angry daddy. God damn it, David, you're telling me the Grateful Dead are experimenting with telepathy. This show has just gone totally off the rails. I thought that you were onto something, son, but my God, there's no credibility in the stuff that you're saying. These people are so freaking high on all the drugs, whatever the heck they're listening to, and they're experimenting with very illicit substances. You expect me to believe that they're going to telepathically send information to somebody in a lab? Oh my God, son. Why don't you get a real job? Would you please just get a job? You can't be out here talking about all this stuff, making up a whole bunch of nonsense for your audience. Oh, it's scientific, yeah. The scientific Grateful Dead study where everybody's got mushrooms and acid. God knows what the hell they're doing. You expect me to believe that anybody's going to be able to listen to their mind? Ah, son, I have had it! Ah, David, man, could you please just get some kind of regular job? This has gone way too far, son. My goodness. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Little Angry Daddy to keep things fresh for you guys. How are we doing on time? 2 hours and 55 minutes. Okay, we're doing great. So, they did a future, more refined study of the same thing that they did at the other rock concert with the Grateful Dead, based on Jerry Garcia's suggestion in February 1971. Total of 6 nights at the Capitol Theater in Port Chester, New York. 45 minutes from Maimonides. Oh, we already had this slide. Sorry, that's the same slide. Oh my God, I'm embarrassed. 2,000-person audience was directed to send telepathic imagery to one of the 2 people that they studied, Malcolm Besant, but then there was another receiver who was not named to the audience, Felicia Paris. And interestingly enough, Malcolm Besant received the images, but Felicia Paris did not. So it's like intelligent energy, right? That's what the law of one says these photons are. They're going to go to the person you send them to. They didn't go to the person who was not named. Oh my God, everybody is laughing, by the way. We got all these laughter icons for Angry Daddy over here. You can see that right there. Thank you, guys. That's really great. David is always thought and laugh-provoking when I tune in. He's got great value. Yeah, I'm really pleased with this show. I was nervous about what am I going to do? What kind of show am I going to do? How am I going to, keep giving you guys something new? And I figured it out, man. I figured out how we're going to do another show that's really far-reaching in scope and amazing. And we did it. So, at 11:30 p.m., the audience saw the following sentences on a slide. You are about to participate in an ESP experiment. Imagine how they're all high and then they see this. In a few seconds, you will see a picture. Try using your ESP to send this picture to Malcolm Besant. But they didn't say Felicia Paris. He will try to dream about this picture. Try to send it to him. Malcolm Besant is now at the Maimonides Dream Laboratory in Brooklyn. So as they're looking at this picture, they're sending, and it's a very psychedelic picture, by the way. It's you'll see it in a minute. It's a Magritte. Magritte does some really surrealistic stuff, and it's actually kind of a lewd painting as well. It's got boobs in it. I had to put stars over the nipples. But that's what they, it's Grateful Dead, man. I mean, come on. Add some sexuality. It's going to be even more exciting for everybody. Okay, so anyway, Maimonides Dream Laboratory in Brooklyn. A randomly selected art print was then put up on the screen for 6 different nights, and they did it 6 different times. The independent judges evaluated the dream data against multiple choice art prints, and Ms. Paris, who the audience was never told about, only got 1 out of the 6 images correct. Yeah, because they didn't know to send it to her. Malcolm Besant, who was named, got 4 out of 6 of the images correctly, meaning the independent judges looked at the pictures, they looked at the 6 pictures, then they looked at his dream, and they said, that dream is that picture. And sure enough, it was right. Over and over and over and over again. Very interesting, isn't it? A randomly selected art print was then put up on the screen for 6 different nights. Uh-oh. I think we had this one. Yeah, we did this one already. Sorry. He got 4 out of the 6 images right. I mean, that's impossible unless there was something really going on. So the people in the audience may have been sending photons that actually had the photograph of the image on it, and the photon is then sent telepathically through a higher dimension, I believe, through some type of wormhole, to Malcolm Besant, who actually got it right. This represents only a 12 out of 100% chance of being something random. That's huge. And so one example was of a meditating person, 7 spinal chakras, randomly selected on February 19th, 1971, by an Armenian artist named Skralian, which I couldn't find it online. Maybe it's out there, but it wasn't easy to find. A man in lotus position with his chakras all lit up. All 7 of his chakras are depicted with vivid colors in this image. Mr. Besant's dream included, I was very interested in using natural energy. That's what the chakras are, 7 densities. I was talking to this guy who said he'd invented a way of using solar energy, and he showed me this box. There you go. Solar energy, it's from the sun. To catch the light from the sun, which was all we needed to generate and store the energy. There you go. The new 4th density photons coming from the sun, capturing and activating our heart chakra, activating us into the 4th density ascension. That's very, very interesting, isn't it? How beautifully this correlates with the idea of ascension and that the photons are coming from the sun. I loved it when I saw this. That's why we had to get to this point in the show before we ended. In another dream, he had a conversation with a guy who was suspended in midair or something. And remember, this guy is levitating and he's got the chakras all lit up. And I was thinking about rocket ships. And then in yet another dream, he saw an energy box and a spinal column. The judges were able to correctly match the image of the guy to the dream testimony. So it actually worked. It's freaking amazing. On 2/20 of 1971, the next night of the Grateful Dead show, Magritte's painting Philosophy in the Boudoir was chosen. A see-through gown and yeah, it's getting late. A see-through gown and shoes are pictured with a woman's chest and toes appearing through them. It's boobs. Didn't say boobs, but it's boobs. They're naked boobs. The remainder of the woman's body is invisible, which makes it very surrealistic. So here's the sanitized, family-friendly version of Magritte's painting, Philosophy in the Boudoir. I put stars. Had to try to clean it up a little bit because I'm like, maybe we don't really just want to have the boobs right out there in your face. Maybe we'll try to tone down the intensity of this a little bit, make it a little more family-friendly, which I did. So nobody's going to get I'm not going to get in any trouble for this. Anyway, it's very surrealistic, isn't it? Because it's supposed to be just a blouse that's hanging up on a hanger. But then here's these big boobs popping out of it. And believe me, if you look under the stars, it's anatomically correct. Just be honest with you guys. Oh, Scarlet Fire says, I like boobs. Well, good to know. Thank you. Me too. Thank you. Me too. Instagram is worse than that, says American Eagle. Yep. Yes, you can use your psychic powers to remote view what's behind the stars. That is true. They aren't big enough. Well, no, I mean, it depends on the woman, but, maybe not big enough for your taste or something like this. David, this is like Joseph and reading the butler in Baker's dream. Not sure what you mean by that, but okay. MME Studio. This is like when Superman looks at the Flash. Jay Brady says, when do you think the solar flash will be? I don't know. I mean, it would be great if we get it pretty soon. But anyway, so everybody, here's all these high people, and they're told, you will be participating in a psychic experiment. Use your energy to send this image to Malcolm Besant. What a weird image, right? And so how in the world are you going to be able to match that image to, whatever he's seeing in his dream? It seems pretty far-fetched that something this esoteric at a dead show, it's very much like, almost like a Salvador Dali type of idea. Look at, there's toes in the shoes, but then the rest of the shoe is missing, and there's anatomy in the shirt, but then the rest of the anatomy is missing. How in the world would somebody dream about this accurately enough that they could actually get it right? Seems impossible, doesn't it? It's like, what? Philosophy in the Boudoir. Very, very interesting. How in the world is he going to get this right? Anyway, Mr. Besant's dreams featured a little girl's doll and a fantasy with a card around my neck. And the judges accurately matched this to the original image. There you go. So even though it was the word fantasy was a key word, the little girl's doll is an important key word as well. And the judges are accurately matching this to the original image. And again, the female imagery does mirror that of a child's doll with various clothes put on. Because again, you got the anatomy there, the The big hooters, or maybe not so big for our buddy over here, he didn't really like the way they looked or thought they were too small, whatever. Yeah, it looks kind of like a doll, like you'd put clothes on a doll and, fantasy imagery. So, wow, it actually worked. Actually worked once again. Again, these effects were repeatedly verified in many years of laboratory experiments. The Grateful Dead did it 6 nights in a row, and 4 out of the 6 nights, Malcolm Besant's dreams accurately matched up with what all these stoned hippies were seeing in the audience. It's breathtaking, quite honestly. This could be replicated in modern times. Hint, hint. I'm talking about, it could be somebody like Joe Rogan or whoever wants to do this, whoever has a big following. If somebody's going to do this type of dream research, you need somebody that has a big audience. Maybe that would be a good key. And you can, start using your audience as telepathic senders, just like the Grateful Dead did with 2,000 people. And we can replicate this stuff. This might be a great idea for the telepathy tapes. Maybe somebody ought to send her a copy of this and just tell her, let's get into the dream sharing work of Dr. Montague Ullman. How interesting that I would bring this up and talk about the Grateful Dead mass consciousness effect on the very day I created these slides, on the very day that Bob Weir died. And he was playing at that night when they did this, all 6 nights. So again, it's very fascinating because researchers could take an interest in this. It was verified over at least 10 years of lab experiments, mass experiments. How did these images get sent over to Malcolm Besant? Could the photons have been used as carrier waves? Well, yes. Remember the pineal gland. It's a big, big discussion we could get into another time. Maybe I'll do a show on the pineal gland next. Bring up some of that old stuff again, because that never gets old. Actually, this would be a great way to do it. Pineal gland dovetails perfectly with what we're talking about, because here you have this tiny part of the brain in the middle. It's the size of a little, peanut, basically. It's the size of a peanut, maybe a little bit smaller. And it's got retinal cells and a hollow interior, and the retinal cells literally work like the retina in your eye. And it's wired into the visual cortex of the brain. And then inside the pineal gland is liquid water with these DMT crystals in it. And it turns out that DMT crystals are piezochromatic, which means as they vibrate, they release full color spectrum photons. So when people go out of body, they have an out-of-body experience. They see the silver cord. They have a ghost-like astral body that seems to show up somewhere else. And then they're looking at that area where they're seeing it through their eyes, and it goes through the silver cord, and everybody seems to see the silver cord connected to their third eye center. So the silver cord, as I'm saying, could be a traversable wormhole where they're actually seeing these photons. The photons go through the silver, as in your astral body, your remote viewing. That's what remote viewers do, right? Scientifically proven stuff. You go out, you're remote viewing somewhere. Sorry if am I going too fast? Or am I okay? I'm just seeing that we don't have a whole lot of time, but I want to get through this. Anybody think I'm going too fast or no? Will I be at the shareholders meeting? Yes, I hope to be at the shareholders meeting. Okay, so anyway, I'm going fine. Okay, everybody's okay. Everybody's fine. Photonic boobs. Yeah, okay. So anyway, remote viewing, all that kind of stuff. This is the basis of how I think the photons are being transferred. In other words, if you're sitting in your own body, you are sending your astral body over to the guy in the lab, Malcolm Besant in this case. There's a silver cord that transfers these photons from your visual cortex, just like we saw with the Bokkon Hypothesis. The photons appear in the brain. The eyes, they actually have now identified that rat eyes generate photons on their own. So the one type of photon comes into your eye. The eye then creates a new photon that matches it for the brain. Maybe they could pass straight through, but apparently the eye has to transduce it, and the eye can release them on a delayed basis. You see something, the eye holds on to it and then releases it later. That was another part of the study, that there was like up to a 40-second delay in those graphs. I didn't want to get too deep into those weeds because we were running out of time. Right. If there's photons coming from the eye, then surely there can be photons coming from the pineal gland. Exactly. The pineal gland has retinal cells. The retinal cells of the eye in the experiment that we saw from China released photons on a delayed basis. So it appears that we would be sending these photons to someone in the lab through the silver cord. That's what you see in the out-of-body experience with the pineal gland. Then these DMT crystals vibrate and they release the photons into the retina inside your pineal gland. The retina is then wired into the visual cortex and it sends that information along. So this is very, very advanced, interesting science, and I love it. Could the photons have been the carrier waves? Yes, and I just explained how. That's how the images got sent, I believe. So now I want to close out today's work with some beautiful quotes that he gave us on dreams from his years of research. This is based on a speech that he gave at the Exceptional Human Experience Conference in New York City. Yes, there is a shareholders meeting coming up, and there should be an email that you'll get about that. So this was June 13th, 1993, the American Society for Psychical Research's newsletter. This is volume 18, number 4. And so, over and over, I'm just going to quote from him because this is so beautiful that, it's something that we really needed to hear because this guy did so much great work and he needs to be honored. He is a Jewish superhero. And again, I love the Jews. I have lots of Jewish friends. So here's another example of somebody like Einstein who's coming from the Hebrew background and he's done phenomenal work and he's a brilliant philosopher. I love what he has to say. So let's go on. I want to stand up for the Jewish people. Over and over again, somebody says, this is getting dry. That's rude. Now, this is actually a beautiful quote. It's really beautiful. Over and over again, I've had the impression after we worked through a dream in a group that no matter how short the dream may be, even a tiny fragment, it still presents us in a holographic way with significant connections between past and present that have never been completely realized, conceptualized, or fully conscious. Yes, so dreams have messages about the healing of the world. There is a dream of heaven. There is a dream from the Christ consciousness. There is a dream from God of a better world that we can live in as a result of healing our planet, as a result of coming together, as a result of transcending the fear, transcending the negativity, breathing into the hope, breathing into the trust, breathing into the knowingness that all will be well. Dreams present us with a holographic connection between past and present, never completely conscious, in a tiny fragment. If we had set out to do so, even if we were Michelangelo or Rembrandt or whoever, we could not deliberately paint a picture in so few images that would capture so much information. That's the holographic nature of the soul. This has left me with a feeling that while we are dreaming, we're tapping into a universally shared creative source available to all of us. A source that creates images that speak elegantly and accurately to our subjective state at the time of the dream. And that is, again, the collective unconscious, this whole concept of the hero's journey, the mythological story. We talked about that with Joseph Campbell. The hero's journey has a positive ending. The dreams that we have steer us through the hero's journey, steer us towards that positive outcome. Whether or not we view ourselves as creative in our working lives, our dream psyche revels in its own seemingly unlimited creative potential. Our dreams remind us that we are part of a larger whole, and just as the dreams are carriers of the potential for personal change, they are also carriers of the potential for social change to the extent that social factors become visible in our dreams. They reveal the content of our social unconscious, that is, what we allow ourselves to remain unconscious of with regard to what is going on in society. Germany, from that period, is an outstanding example. Much that was evil was going on at the time and gained expression in people's dreams. That's how they were able to become conscious of the true negativity that was going on in the world. They were dreaming about it, right? When the dreamer remains unaware of the message of the dream, the opportunity for deeper social insight is lost. No room is left for any challenge to the social order. There is room only for personal demons and the transformation of social demons into personal demons. So If you don't remember your dreams, you're losing this deeper social insight. But again, the social insights will challenge our existing negative structures and transform them. Dream consciousness may indeed pose a danger to a technologically supercharged, mechanically oriented society. Is that not prophetic of what's going on right now? The importance of our dreams. The species has been fragmented to the point where its survival as a species is at risk. I believe these are built into each of us, probably genetically, a concern with something larger than the self, namely the preservation of the unity of the species. And these dreams may actually be coming from the sun, from the Christ, from the galactic logos, programming us to get through the hero's journey, to steer us towards the happy ending, to create the outcome that we want to receive. Dr. Sandy Sella Smith in the Jewish Currents magazine has these beautiful things that she writes about him, his work. He believed there is a species consciousness calling for our personal and collective survival and drawing us toward our ongoing evolution to oneness. Each of us, according to Ullman's philosophy, contain billions of single-celled organisms that over time evolved into collectives, eventually specializing into organs, systems, and functions of a single body, and that these collectives have learned to live as one. Dr. Ullman speculated that as a species, we are replicating the learning process that transformed billions of cells into one person, which will lead to transforming several billions of people into a consciousness of one. Well, that is ascension, man. He was into it. He was into the ascension message. He was seeing it right there. So amazing. Dr. Ullman said, quote, this is from him, "Our dreams resort to a variety of techniques to call attention to aspects of ourselves that we are simply not attending to, or not attending to enough, or not attending to clearly. They frighten us, they shame us, they ridicule us, they exaggerate, and at times they expose wondrous feelings that we never knew we had, all of which offer us the opportunity to get to know ourselves better." Isn't that amazing? I love these quotes from him, and it's a really interesting thing. So, yeah, lots of great stuff. So, all right. So the next thing that I want to do, you guys, is I actually want to, I want to hear your dreams. There we go. Sorry, I cut away from that. I want to hear your dreams. So, anyway, if you can, in a short burst, show me something in the comments here that gives us, a message that might be something I could analyze or try to project into whatever, did you have a dream recently that was beautiful or uplifting or encouraging or about our species survival? Because I think that's a really nice way that we can end the show. Maybe I'll go a little bit longer than 3.5 hours just to get this. Vakapalo, I dreamed that I could fly around up to the clouds and beyond. Keep it clean, please, says Sunny Skies. You're right. We don't want any nasty dreams, but flying up to the clouds, that's a nice ascension dream, a dream of unity, says Astorama. Missy Okiemi says, I dreamt I was texting with my son who passed away 4 weeks ago. That's beautiful, and I'm sure on some level that might be actually true. Oh, look, come on. You can love the Jewish people and not... oh my God. That's a timeout. I'm not gonna take your thing away, but we'll just put you in a timeout here. Sorry, buddy. Look, just because I have Jewish friends doesn't mean that I support all the crazy stuff that's going on, all right? Carlos Rene Cedillo, I dreamt I was looking for a class to learn to ride a mothership. It was over 10 years, part of the dream unfolding today. That's beautiful. Matthew, I dreamed I could fly. I want to explain to people that I do. Jay Brady, about 2 weeks ago, I had a dream about my first love. We were seeing each other in the dream like we would in real life again. It was super emotional. Zanzleen, I get dreams of my lust problems as if I'm repenting for shaming me or something. Well, yeah, dreams will tell you things that you need to work on. I saw Christ in the sky with plaid geometric shapes and colors in the sky. That's pretty amazing. Let's see what else we got. I had a dream in the 30s and 40s. I could never find my locker in high school. That's usually about feeling of loss of prestige, loss of pride, typical adolescent dreams. I dreamed I died and thought, what do I do now 3 nights ago? Well, death is a symbol in dreams of a rebirth experience. Let's see what else we got. I was trying on various pairs of glasses and trying to figure out which one to buy. That would be like, what type of mental picture do you want to have of reality? Had a dream I was teaching other light workers how to fly. Not the first one like this that I've had. That's brilliant. Watching an airplane try to fly. Let's see. I always have a recurring dream. I'm in a house exploring different rooms. It's really fun. There's other people in the house, but I never see them. Oh, Mill Haste fan says, I have a dream since I was 12 that it was the end of the world. Spaceships are coming and picking people up. Amazing. Donald Barker, I had a dream of my father coming and talking to me a short time after he passed away. He said he would come and say goodbye. It was awesome. Dreamed of my dad teaching me how to make a telescope, says Linda Kiesling. My God, really? Okay, so I had a dream on September 29th, 2028. The solar flash had occurred, and we all turned into 33 years old. How interesting. I had a dream since I've been 3 years old, recurring, of Jesus standing on a swimming pool, and I'm laughing at the irony. Right, like he's walking on water. Beautiful. Let's see. Vesuvians live on Earth, says Natasha. I had a dream that Christ and Krishna are one. Somebody, that might be fighting words to some Christians, but okay. Let's see. I had a dream of a heavenly parade, Kintsugi warrior, people marching dressed in royal regalia, some in armor, and angels playing music, marching to announce the return of the king. Beautiful. Let's see what else we got here. Man, they're coming in so fast. Let's see. My recurring dream has me looking east from the Appalachians. I watch soil liquefying from the base of the foothills all the way to the east coast. Some of these earth change dreams are very scary, but I don't think we're going to have a catastrophic end of the planet. I really don't. LCD, I had a dream recently. I was having to maneuver a tunnel that became narrower as it went along. Elon Musk was right in back of me the whole time. Interesting, yeah. He's going to be recognized probably as a symbol in most people's dream symbol sets, as a symbol of like technological innovator. Okay. So many of these, wow. I'm in a craft of some sort. Something is coming in the skies and seas, says Doreen Clark. Love one another and put the one first, says Luke 10:25 to 10:28. Vicky Venus, I dreamed I pulled the cannula off my face from my oxygen machine. I was able to walk away from it. A recent dream of Baba Muktananda giving Shaktipat with peacock feathers. Beautiful. Let's see what else we got here. Very vivid dream. I was hugging on my dad who had passed on. It was lovely. Yep. I met Krishna for real on a train in Marylebone Station up to Wembley Park back in 1994. I keep dreaming of my parents because I miss them so much. Trent Malik, I'm always able to fly in dreams through walls. I know I'm lucid dreaming. Lots of dreams about missing classes and not finishing college. Yep, that can definitely happen. Okay, well, we got a lot of great samples of dreams here. I was the admiral of a large fleet of starships from our future. We were retaking the Earth. I die leading, but I see the victory before I pass. Retaking the Earth from these negative entities. Yeah, that's interesting. Mary LaFay says, this morning I woke from a dream where I met two men. I sensed they were angels. Just before I woke, I was divinely told the actions will be perfect regarding to the upcoming big event. I've traveled the planet in my dreams. It might be from watching how the universe works and ancient aliens. Victoria Lynn, I dreamed of a record keeper of sorts telling me the shift would happen by the end of last year. Maybe the physical still has to catch up. Okay. I dreamed I was on a spaceship looking out at the window at pastel skies. Well, you guys definitely are David Wilcock watchers. No question about that. Show on the pineal gland would be amazing. I'm so into that topic. Yeah, I think we're going to do more of this dream sharing, so hold on to this stuff. And we'll get back to this next week because I've got to end the show pretty quick here. So anyway, let me go back over here, and we will do all right. So thank you guys so much for sharing your dreams. It's really incredible here. Let's see if there's anything else that's interesting. I flew out of the planet and helped people floating in space, throwing balls of light to the Earth, says Henry Rovampera. You guys have amazing dreams, yeah. Okay, so now, appreciate all this audience participation. We're going to do another dream section next week. I think we will do the pineal gland. We'll talk about some of that stuff again. It never gets old. It's really great, and it's something we can cover some of the things we were talking about this week again. I dreamed of Nibiru being 100 times the size of the moon visible. I dreamed I was in a government-sponsored classroom. I thought it was the military. I went to the restroom. I opened the wrong door. In this room, I saw huge containers with dolphins inside of them. Very interesting. That's Rob Hipsky. Yep. So Karen Burns, I daydreamed of getting married and having 2 sons and a daughter. After a crazy childhood, I was able to find the love of my life, and I have 3 kids. Beautiful. All right, well, without further ado, let's now have a nice and good length global peace meditation, because we really want to practice this. Everything is so wild right now. So let me take a little drink of water, and then we're going to get right into this. All right. Okay, so let's take a nice deep breath. Close your eyes. Just let it go. And if you ever get a commercial coming up, you just hit the skip button and stay right. You're not going to lose consciousness of this meditation if something like that were to happen. Just stay right in there with me. Imagine yourself now feeling light as a feather, stiff as a board. And imagine that as you visualize white light inside your brain, that there are actual photons, biophotons as they're called, being released by your right hemisphere. 15 centimeters away, the photomultiplier tube was picking those up. This is essentially scientific evidence that we saw in the laboratory from Boda and Persinger, that your mind is creating photons, and that when you think of visual things, visual photons are being created, and they're actually emanating from your mind. Imagine now the vastness of space. See the original amplituhedron that started the universe. Visualize this beautiful, dynamic tetrahedral energy flowering and blossoming into the universe that we now know to exist. Focus on your breathing. Follow the path of your breath. Let it go deep. Envisioning this amplituhedron fractalizing out into space and time as we know it, through beautiful geometry, even to the point where all the superclusters of galaxies in the whole universe are part of this vast matrix of geometry of octahedrons, and that the gas and dust from the beginning of the universe still holds that octahedral shape. Breathing now ever more deeply than before, feeling the warmth, feeling the radiance, feeling the love of that universal mind, the original manifest being as the photon. And envision these photons flowing from the great central sun, the original star, beginning of the universe, still exists now. Somewhere in the center of the super galaxy it exists, beating outward and inward like a heartbeat, creating a rhythmic force expanding throughout the cosmos, expanding into every cell of our bodies and revivifying us with light. Imagine that this one infinite creator has thoughts of love, as the Law of One tells us, and that there is a dream of that loving consciousness, there is a dream of that wonderful future, a dream that we can all share within, a dream that we can all enjoy and participate in. I don't know what all that clicking is about. Sorry if you hear that. Going deep within now, feeling the presence of the stillness, feeling the enjoyment of this moment, the love, the radiance, the peace, knowing that we are never alone, feeling that original consciousness of the one infinite creator resonating throughout time and space, giving us hope, giving us faith, giving us a reason to be healthier than we've ever been before. Breathe in this loving light. Breathe in these photons that have living visual information. Breathe in the dream of the Creator, the dream of God, if you will. The dreams that can heal our planet, transform suffering into happiness, transform sorrow into new birth, transforming our consciousness into something that we never saw could even have been made possible before. Remembering how much we are loved. This is loving energy, these photons, these geometric particles of light. You can breathe them in, you can recognize what's happening now, that the sun is creating this whole new thing for us. Fourth density photons, transforming the cells of our bodies, transforming our genetics, bringing us higher and higher into the consciousness of immortality. We are so blessed. We are so happy to be with one another. And as we breathe these in, we're also going to be having new dreams, new insights, new understandings about ourselves and others, unlike anything we've ever seen before. Imagine what types of images you see. Just clear your mind now, and whatever images pop up spontaneously, take a look at these dreams of the new world. What are you seeing? Do you see images of happiness? Can you see images of peace? People coming together, uplifting one another, raising each other's vibrations as souls? Eliminating these warring ET faction wars, just naturally falling away, not anything violent. Everybody learning to love one another, learning to get along with each other, bringing us to a place of happiness, to a garden of harmony, a place of true bliss, a place of ecstatic joy, a place that we know is deep within our souls and can never be taken away from us. Feeling the matrix of photons that the universe is made from. Feeling these living photons streaming into our bodies at all times. Envisioning what it is that they tell us. What is the story? What is the hero's journey? And the guaranteed happy ending that it provides us with. How can we move beyond the limitations that once held us down? How can we reinvent ourselves and become something far greater than we ever thought we were before? How can we live in the promise of Christ that as I do these things, so shall you do them, and greater things, for I go unto my Father, Mother, God. Feeling this glorious moment, feeling this divine reverence for all life, feeling this sharing, this peace, this harmony, and knowing that it is available to us now, and all we have to do is stretch forth our hand and feel the living consciousness of the universe It's right there in front of you. It's always been around you. You just didn't see it before. Realizing that dream sharing is very real. And it's not just dreams that people send to other people. It's the dreams of higher beings. The dreams of humanity's future, like what you shared with me in the comments. The dreams coming from the galactic consciousness of Christ itself, from the sun, from the stars. A consciousness that tells us that we will be safe. The world will be preserved. When you're feeling down, when you're feeling scared, when you're feeling alone, when you're feeling like everything is crashing in on you, we remember these cosmic principles. We remember that we are surrounded by photons that are made from pure love. This has been this way since the origin of the universe. And if you will, we remember the love of the Christ, the sacrifice that was made for us, the payment for us to be able to have eternal life, the glory of a galactic consciousness embodying in human form to give us such teachings, if you believe that. And we know the science. We know that these loving photons exist. We've now seen scientific proof that our brains are releasing these photons as we're thinking about white light. We've seen scientific proof that dreams can be transferred from one to another. Is it really that much of a stretch to think that the consciousness of a higher level dream, the dream of Christ, the dream, the dream of humanity? I said oops because I'm doing camera changes. If you're actually cheating and looking. The dream of Christ is a dream that we're all sharing now. It's a dream that we're all participating in. And we're so grateful for this. We're so grateful for our time here today with one another. We know that we can potentially create visual photons in our minds, sending those pictures out into the cosmos, that the photon itself may actually be like a little television or a little digital display that could carry very complex information encoded in its vibration, encoded in its geometry. And we send out these photons of love to humanity. We see the earth surrounded by white light. We see the earth surrounded by the living consciousness of the all there is, Logos, intelligent infinity. And we are so grateful for that opportunity to be present in that gift, in that unfolding awareness. Thank you, Father, Mother God. Thank you for giving us the gift of life. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share in one another's company. Thank you for giving us a chance to revivify the promises that you made from so long ago. For we remember you. We remember who you are. We remember what you told us. We remember the message of the Christ and many other great teachers to love, to forgive, to serve, to uphold, to carry each other when we are feeling down, to find ways to mend fences, to heal broken bonds, to come together and to find the glory in our sharing. We feel so relaxed, so deeply at peace. And as we breathe into this moment of stillness, we know that that peace just emanates through us, flowing through our bodies, flowing in such grand harmony, making us feel so eminently loved, seeing this glorious white light, this one infinite creator, this intelligent infinity for what it is, breathing in the matrix of photons the universe has been made from, feeling the promise of that infinity, feeling the promise of a new tomorrow, and making it a reality today. This is our life. This is our calling. This is our holy blessing. This is what we were meant to do. We are not meant to be alone. We are not meant to suffer in isolation. We are meant to come together, to join hands, lift each other up, to breathe, and to feel the glory of our union. Understanding that as we focus on these beautiful images, that our minds are creating those images. They resonate out into the world as photons, and they can uplift the world. The meditation effect proving that perhaps as we think these photons of beautiful pictures of love, beautiful pictures of happiness, that those photons are going into other people's minds, creating a 72% reduction in crime, terrorism, fatalities, vehicle theft, drug overdoses, everything imaginable. All these crimes healing. We saw the statistics. We saw the numbers. We know that this is real. We know that this actually does happen. And we are so grateful for the change in the trend on a planetary level. Every year now, for the last 3 or 4 years, crime is going down, fatalities going down, overdoses going down, theft, robbery, aggravated assault. Why? Well, perhaps these new fourth density Christed photons are coming in. Perhaps they are getting us to dream new dreams, dreams of peace, dreams of love, dreams of happiness. And perhaps right now we are going through a grand initiation. Perhaps we are going through something that is so profound that we can't even fully define what it is. But that as we go through this cosmic crucible, as we go through these very difficult and scary experiences on Earth, there is a plan, there is a destination that is not just about being afraid. Something is happening, bringing us into a higher calling. Something is happening that will create a healing for planet Earth, a grand exposure of something we didn't really know about, but something that we're already dreaming about, something that will exist as a known fact in the future and will provide a healing for everyone. And maybe, just maybe, in this moment, we're breathing in peace, breathing in love, sending that to all those areas in the cosmos that are in need of prayer and healing, and especially those flashpoint areas on Earth. Send your energy to the places on Earth that are in need of it right now. Send your energy to these areas where wars are occurring or may occur. Send in happiness, send in love, send in the loving consciousness. Visualize this, because again, your brain actually does send out images of white light and photons as you have those thoughts. We saw this today. This is a very, very big deal. Feel your relaxation, feel your breath, feel your happiness, and know that you are one with the Christ, with the Creator, with the one infinite force of the universe that created all this photonic matrix from the original amplituhedron, all of space and time, just a blink in the eye of the Creator, just a moment of awakening and becoming. As the Law of One says, the universe is in a state of becoming. Feeling yourself relaxing, going deeper and deeper, deeper into the silence, deeper into the happiness, deeper into the love and the joy that is always present, rising above all of these concerns that would have dragged you down, feeling yourself lifting higher and higher, just like many of the dreams we heard about, flying into the sky, feeling so at peace, so radiantly in love with the cosmos, with yourself, with others, and with the divine Creator itself, feeling that ecstatic reunion that can never be truly defined. It must be experienced, it must be lived, and it must be loved. For this is what we're doing. And this is so beautiful to understand what's really happening here and how this is going to occur for us today. Knowing that this is the way, the truth, and the life, knowing that we go unto the Father through this Christ consciousness, and this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be, and nothing and no one can ever take that from us. And so it is. All right. Woo! We have I'd like you to breathe back into the room now. Come on back. And wow, so David Appelgren, I hadn't heard about this one. There's a study from Germany where they detected photons emanating from the heart while meditating on love. It was done at the University of Kassel. They detected 100,000 photons a second. I'm going to actually write that down. Germany, photons from the heart. Sorry. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Wow. Get that off my laptop immediately. Shit. Okay, you guys, I got to clean up my laptop. Oh, on a very emergency basis. We had waterfall on the laptop. We can't let that happen. We can't let it get there, so I got to grab the only towel that's in sight. Woo, that was scary. Okay, but I think I got it all. Let's just... Wow, you guys. Negative greeting, huh? That can happen sometimes. Did I get it all? Let's make sure. Okay, we really, really don't want that to happen. Really, really don't want water falling on the laptop. That was scary. That's never happened before. But it looks like it's okay. Had to knock over my guitar, but it looks like everything is safe. The guitar did not break. Wow, you guys, holy crap. And I'm on the camera where you could see this happen, so. Yep, that was a big save. That happened really quick. Thank you for having a towel there. That's really important. Did I get it all? Yes, I did. Looks like there is no other water on the machine. Well, nobody is immune to negative greeting. It just happened to me. It can happen. I wasted a good glass of water, I guess. That's a shame. But that's okay. We're still here. We're still on the air. Everything is good. David needs a sippy cup. Turn it upside down. Yeah, he can do that too. Ooh, yeah, wow. Okay. There is water coming out from the side here. That's a very good idea. Thank you for whoever said that. And there's some water on the bottom, so we're making sure we get everything. In fact, let me pull this out. In fact, yeah, let's make sure that this is not going to be a problem for us because I can't lose this machine. So, all right, any other? Oh, yeah, look at that. Water coming out right there. Thank you guys for suggesting that I turn it upside down. And I probably want to shut it down pretty quick. I want to make sure I get all the water out. Funny yet not funny. Yes, thank you. It's not funny. But we're going to get all the water out. We're going to make sure that the machine actually does shut down. Well, there's power running. We don't really want this to be doing anything, so we're going to shut it down right now. We don't want the power running while it's got water in it. Okay. Man, you guys, wow. Holy crap. Let's make sure that there's nothing else going on that could be bad here. Because this is scary as hell. I don't want to lose my machine. Really don't want to lose my machine. So I had to just intervene in real time and grab that towel just as quick as you can. And I'm going to have to not use the machine for a little while. Okay, let's just make sure we got nothing else in there. Sorry, everybody. I was going to say put it in rice and turn it off. Well, we're not going to use rice. But anyway, let's just make sure we got this really, really nice. I think we've got it all. It's very dry here. That's one of the things that works in my favor, is how dry it is in this climate. Anyway, wow, that was kind of an unexpected plot twist in the show of David Wilcock. And, yeah, I feel a little bit more coming out on this side. Let's just make sure we got everything. Oop, we don't want it to turn back on. It turned back on its own. That's not good. But, no, we're going to shut it off again. It's turning on right now. I guess I hit the button or something. Let's just get me another glass of water because this is scary as hell. I really don't want it doing that. All right, you guys, sorry. Is this entertaining or what? You're like a little boy with his toy. No, we don't want this to happen. So what was that study again? It was from Germany. It was Germany, and it was a study of the heart. Send that off to... Somebody tell me that study again, the study from the heart. Put it up there. Hair dryer or near a hair dryer. Yeah, that's right. Wow. Whew. Okay, so we're going to shut her down again here as soon as we can. And make sure that I don't touch anything else. Okay, sorry about this, guys, but, you know, we had to do an immediate intervention. to make sure that this machine is going to be all right. I'm not even worried about what I look like on camera at all. Ooh, yeah, I'm getting more water out of this side here, so let's get that going, and let's do the other side as well, wherever there's anything that could happen. This one seems like it didn't get as much of it, but I'm very, very happy that the machine is okay. Nothing seems to have happened that's too bad. I don't want to hit that power button again. Let's do a little more of this. Sorry, everybody. David, I hope you are doing well. Right. Praying for your computer. No, shop vac. That's true. We could use the vacuum cleaner, paper towels. This is not funny. I don't know why somebody thinks it's funny, but we're still on the air. And we don't be sorry, dude. We understand. Thank DW. Love you. Let me switch camera angles now. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we salvaged this situation very quickly and expediently. We avoided there being any trouble. Next to the heater, next to the heater, next to the heater. Yes, we're going to do that too. Let's make sure I shake it a little bit. Oh yeah, look at that. Shaking it. I got a little bit more to come out. Okay, the main thing you don't want to do is you don't want to run the power on it for a while. I know that from having studied this. Okay. And I'll have to set my guitar up again. It doesn't look like anything that bad happened, but let me go ahead and put the guitar back up on the thing. Well, we got the chance. It's not a bad idea, huh? Fix our set. There we go. Not exactly sure where it was, but it's something like that. We'll get that all put back together next time, but wow, dude, talk about a dramatic ending to the show. Very, very dramatic ending. Woo-wee! Don't be sorry, we understand. Leave it on one side to keep draining it. That's an interesting idea. I can do that. All right. Shop vac, hair dryer. I don't know about the hair dryer, but let's just hope that this is all that we're going to have to do. Yeah, real world intrudes onto my reality. This has never happened before in a show. We really pray for the health and love and success of my computer. I think it's going to be fine. Do not use a hairdryer. I killed mine that way. Your laptop was baptized and cleansed. Yes, it was. We're not going to use rice. I don't think that's a good idea. Dried white rice. Hairdryer works. Leave it on the side near the heater. You need to suck it out like a snake bite. David baptized his chat. Paper towels. Electronics are sealed internally. I'll see the rest of the show later. My phone is not on power saving. God bless you. It's MME Studio. All right, you guys. Let's make sure that... I think it's going to be fine. I think I saved it. I think we got everything out. I don't see any other signs of anything emerging. And that's really good. You know, we want to make sure that there's no possibility that this is going to turn out badly. So, wow. And it looks like the guitar is fine. It looks like it fell in a really nice orbit and didn't do anything bad. So, holy crap, we're still on the air. Talking to you guys through this amazing, scary situation that just unfolded. Yeah, the water is drying on the floor pretty nicely. And, you know, my laptop still works as far as I can see. Nothing actually bad happened, so leave it turned off for 48 hours, says Ray Burt. Well, I could do that. I could use a different machine. I do have some tablets and stuff like that, so... David, this was the best show ever. Thank you so much. Many blessings for you and your laptop. Thank you. Edna Korinsky, thank you for being human. Countless keyboards around the world have had a bath and recovered. Yeah, I guess they are designed for a certain amount of spillage to happen. Remove the battery, no heat, air dry, upside down, look online. Well, yeah, that's a good idea. We'll keep it upside down. Hopefully that doesn't cause any problems. I'll have to do that a little bit later, but I'll hold it like this for now. Awesome meditation. Your laptop will be fine in Yeshua's name. I got the archons rattled. Must be kept off and sideways on a towel. Okay, so we'll do, actually, let's do it this way because that's where more water flowed out. I don't know. You guys all have different opinions what I should do. The vacuum is the best when there is still power. Do not have water near your computer. Yeah, well, it happened. Do not use heat. It can melt your solenoids. Okay. Glad you guys had a great time with the show. Daughter of a physics professor says the computer needs the internal heat. I don't know if I want to turn it back on right now. I think, does anybody agree with the idea of turning it back on? That doesn't seem like the greatest idea. I don't think that's a good idea. I think we should leave it off for a while. Serena Bell, I was an electrician. I have pretty good experience with electronics. Oh, somebody just donated $100. So there you go. In the midst of crisis lies opportunity. I appreciate that very much. That's Christina Nutt. Okay, so leave it off for a day, says Richard Bryan, Faith Walkers. I totally agree. Unplug the battery. I can't really do that. It's just got screws on the back. Maybe under oven exhaust. Keep it upside down and believe it will be okay. I would let it dry, but it should be fine. Yep, I think so. No, do not turn it on. Keep it off for a couple of days. It could short out. The wet dry vac is a good thing. I know rice is the go-to, but I don't want to do rice. All right, but I do think I got everything. I do think that we got it, so I'm just going to shake it a little bit more. Do not turn it back on. Yep. 48 hours on the CD side. Okay, on the CD, so I don't have a CD. But let's see if there's any other water coming out. Do not turn it on. Set it in rice for 48 hours. I know you guys, I know everybody says rice, but I'm not going to do the rice. Imagine it's good, and it will. This is for some extra towels. Miles Servin just donated. Woo! You guys are getting me like seeing me trying to save my own machine. I would leave it for 24 hours to air dry. It will be just like new. That's right. Keep positive thoughts and visualize it as happy. Do not do rice, says Diana Brown. Use the blow dryer on a cool setting. I think that's probably a good idea, just to blow out extra water sideways onto your towel. Use the cool hair dryer side open. Yes, packets of desiccants. Get Michael on it. No wait to turn it on. Vacuum is the best. Vacuum the ports. That's a good idea. I will do that. Do not put it in rice. This will cause other issues. I agree. Rice can get into places you don't want. If you have any canned air, use canned air spray on your keyboard. That's a great idea. The air is dry there. Leave it until the floor puddles dry. Yes, we have very dry air. Do not turn it on for at least a day or two. It says carry on is the best. Airflow will help evaporate the moisture. We care. Jedi mind trick the water out of there. Oh, I still got a lot of people watching. Anyway, thank you guys. I think that it's pretty much, I think that anything that would have come out has come out. I don't feel like there's any other water that can be shaken out or otherwise, you know. So I think we got it. I think I caught it right in time. But yeah, that was really, really scary, man. Wow. Wow. It's unbelievable. Okay, well, it will be fine. Don't panic, says Skybird. Yeah, I think I'm going to be okay. Probably should end your show and take care of it, but so much good advice, says Feel Alive Faith Art. Yeah, I think we'll do a little bit of the hair dryer thing on the no heat setting, just the normal cool setting. We're not going to do rice. I already decided that. Let it dry a few days for condensation. You the man, hair dryer on cool. Fantastic show, David. Thank you. Many thanks. All looking forward to next Sunday night. Canned air can break keys off your keyboard, not compressed air. Compressed air will push any water left out. No. Compressed air will push any water left out. Bake at 350 for 2 hours. Yeah, great idea. So sorry this happened. It may be okay. Just keep it sideways so it doesn't seep into the board. How many people vote on it going sideways? Should I keep it sideways? I guess I can do that. I can hold it like that. Tell us in the next show how your computer works. If you have canned air on side near heater, 48 hours off. This Sunday is full of loving potential. All right. Sudden Spiritual Catalyst, it's all for the best. Thank you for the great show. It should be fine. Most people spill on their keyboards at some point. Put a fan on it. You did miss the meditation, yes. Angle so it leaks out. Let it dry. Have a beer. Sideways. Okay, I think we can agree that sideways is probably good. It's important to make sure to dry it from the inside with the other thing if you don't want the rice attention. We love you, David. On its side, half open. Okay, Sir Danke, I finished the source code book 2 weeks ago. Thanks for all your efforts. Wow. This was a very intense thing, you guys. But we got through it together. I think the machine will be fine. It was running fine before. Keep it upside down, people are saying. We're at the 4-minute mark, so I'm going to end the show right for now. Thank you guys for watching. I will keep on texting you a little bit after we're done. Thank you guys very much for the good times. And let's hope that my laptop is going to be okay. That was really scary. Thank you, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.